Hello, everybody. How are you? Happy Friday. It's Friday. It's Friday. We made it through another week. Through another week. How we doing, everybody? Good to see you. Um, I think it was flawless tonight. I hope it remains so technologically. Welcome. I am David Snedeker. I'm broadcasting to you live from Los Angeles, California. And we are going to be live for the next few hours together. And thank you for joining me on this fabulous Friday night. We're going to have a little fun. We're going to talk about some of the craziness that went down today. It's just, it's getting crazier and crazier. So I'm looking forward to kind of sharing some thoughts about that with you and also getting your thoughts on it. So welcome everybody. Good stream. I'm not going to touch anything, Lisa. I'm not going to. I'm hands off. Hands off. Luke, Dave the man, not the myth. Thank you. Thank you guys. No herky jerky. Thanks, Air Force vet. High Desert, California. Hey, why don't we just throw in where everyone's in from, just so we kind of get a vibe of the theater. Okay, like Oklahoma City, Richard. Let's see. How can I be the man when you're the man? E. Sully. Hey, this is an abundant universe we live in. We can both be the man. Oklahoma, Smoky Eye. Let's see. Grace, Patriot Street Fighter. Scott McKay did not say that about Flynn. I missed that comment. I have, and I'll share something about General Flynn with you here in a little bit. So much better tonight. Oh, it was effortless on my end. Virginia, Washington State, Texas, NorCal, Louisiana, Michigan, Tennessee, Georgia, Idaho, coastal North Carolina, Michigan, Missouri, Arkansas. Please share this out, folks. This is going to be probably a short broadcast. And it's going to be a fun broadcast and very informative. Nevada stand, Southeast Michigan, Rhode Island, Cleveland, Texas, West Virginia, Texas, Big Daddy, Scotland's listening, awesome, Alberta, New Hampshire, South Carolina. How fabulous that I can speak to all of you at once. How cool is this? You know how long it would take me to travel around and see you all and talk to you, have these conversations? This is so amazing, this technology, even though we had some struggles. Pennsylvania, San Francisco, Calgary, Fort Myers, Florida, Charlene, excuse me, short, yeah, Dixie, you don't trust me when I say that, do you? Bonnie, Southampton, Pennsylvania, I've got some laughs on that one. Melbourne, Australia, Fiona, how is everyone? Pennsylvania, from Tammy. Texas Panhandle, Leslie, Linda, yeah, funny. Tina James, Ohio. Greg, yeah, Lindell's out there making waves. I'm going to talk about that tonight. That's pretty awesome. Christy, shared on 3 platforms. God love you, hon. I hope you feel better tonight. Washington State, Bay City, Michigan. You remember, Jason, you remember I don't know if you're old enough, but the Bay City Rollers? Yeah, the Bay City Rollers, they had a couple hits back in the day, and they had those funky, like, kind of plaid outfits. I remember, like, single color and then plaid tips to the pants and the arms. That's what I remember. Southeast Rural Ohio, virtual hug. Thank you, Wendy. Venus, Lisa, nice. No, Dave, don't say that. Rotterdam, the Netherlands. If when I say it's a short show, we do 7-8 hours. Saturn, make up your mind, Lisa. Where are you from? Saturn or Venus? Pittsburgh, Florida in the house. Ruth, great state of Texas, Brenda. Yes, it is. Vernon, British Canada. That's not right. I'm a little tired tonight. Vernon, British Columbia. Canada, Ontario, Australia, Anne, welcome. England, Patrice, fantastic. Wink, wink. LOL, Barbara. South Carolina, Pittsburgh loves you. Thank you. I love Pittsburgh. And I love you all. Welcome. Thanks for coming, guys. Very cool. Wales, UK, Texas, William's in the Milky Way. Yes, yes, William. All you're not alone in there. Love the shirt. Thanks, Gene. This is one of my go-tos. I don't have a lot of the button-down shirts. I got like I don't know, maybe 8, something like that, 9, something, not a lot. So you'll see them over and over again a little bit until I do some more shopping, which I do clothes shopping about once every I don't know, 4 years or so. It's not easy finding clothes my size, so it's not a lot of fun going shopping with me. I walk into shoe stores and people just laugh at me. So, all right, guys, welcome. Friday night. This is awesome to spend this time with you. Well, here we go. If you're new here, you're welcome. And there's a great group of people here in Snedheadville. We are looking at about 1,400 right now in Snedeker Theater, so welcome. We have a process here where we imagine all of our preconceived notions and our unconscious biases and our ego kind of really heavy in this big winter coat. And we're coming in out of the cold into this beautiful, warm, comfortable theater. You don't want this big, bulky coat on. But you imagine all that is in there, all the preconceived notions, unconscious bias, ego, anything that can get in the way of us learning. And we check that at the coat check. We get our claim ticket. We come on in. We say hi to our neighbors. We grab a drink. We grab our favorite person, our favorite pet, and a snack. And we come on in. We're going to have a nice Friday evening together. The thing that I hope that I accomplish when I'm speaking with you and we're hanging out together is that I feel like, by the way, you can get your coat at any time after the show, or you're leaving, you can go grab your coat. It's safe. Everything's safe there. And you don't have to protect yourself here. This is a safe space. We got the Mod Squad on all the different, 3 different platforms right now, Twitch, DLive, and YouTube. I still haven't figured out why the second YouTube isn't working. I think it's because of the suspension of the other one, and they're tied together somehow. So I got to figure that out. And some other platforms too that we're getting on this weekend. So welcome. So what I hope to accomplish in our time together is to kind of give you, not just give you the news. Got the Epic Times there with Biden talking to the CCP and the CCP making demands on him. Top communist official warns Biden administration to play by CCP rules. Yeah, that's what a bully does, and that's what the CCP is. So, but I hope to be able to give you, information like that. A lot of the information, you already have acquired yourself because you have awakened to the importance of seeking information yourself rather than being spoon-fed by somebody. Because when you're spoon-fed and you take anything, for granted, that they're being honest with you or telling you the truth, you don't seek it yourself. You don't engage yourself, and therefore we're susceptible to anybody that comes along that tells us something. So the whole concept here is that, the things I share with you, I want you to engage with and then do your own research or also verify what I say, right? Don't, challenge what I say, verify what I tell you. I'll give you an example. Charlie Ward, Simon Parks, Santa Surfing, David Rodriguez, Ghost Ezra. Most people consider them to be, some valuable resources for information, and I would agree with you. And they shared the video of the Culver City studios, panning into Joe Biden sitting behind the desk at the Oval Office and the press coming in. And it helped that I would have, that studio is 15 minutes away from my office. I was able to go by yesterday and verified that what we were seeing in that video wasn't Culver Studios. And I'm not saying that it wasn't, that he's in the Oval Office. I don't believe that. He could have been to shoot that, right? Because the white hats are in control of him. But, or he could be somewhere else. Definitely on the internal pictures of the Oval Office, looking out the windows, that is definitely not the Oval Office at the White House. That's definitely something else. It was internal. But that external, trying to tie it into Culver Studios, I was able to debunk after all those, good sources of information carried that video. And so it's just that even though I got that information from pretty good sources, I challenged it because something was off to me. It didn't feel right. And so I was able to challenge it and do it. And I'm not blowing my own horn because I've been off some things and sometimes I've reiterated something that turned out not to be true. So I'm not flawless. So I'm not suggesting that. I'm just suggesting that, do you see the benefit to challenging information even when it comes from a trusted source? Because our trusted sources are not infallible. And I've shared with you my concerns over Fox News. They just let Lou Dobbs go. They just fired Lou Dobbs, which was the best thing about Fox News was Lou Dobbs. Hands down, in my opinion. The best thing about Fox News, Lou Dobbs. Fox just let him go. So I've warned you about Fox. And by the way, when I say the best thing Fox had going for it, excuse me, Lou Dobbs can't talk about a lot of the stuff I talk about because he's got corporate interests that he has to adhere to. He's got to, kowtow to, okay? And he'd probably be the first to tell you off record, all right? But Fox let him go. Fox is not to be trusted. I've warned you about Newsmax, okay? Newsmax Ruddy was a heavy contributor to the Clinton Foundation, okay? And look what they did earlier in the week with Mike Lindell, and Mike Lindell was trying to talk about the erection. I'll say erection on this show since that's what Schiff says, that's what Schumer say, even though they're talking about the insurrection. But I like to call it what the Chinese Communist Party calls it, the erection. That way we're not flagged, and we're able to talk about the erection that was stolen, the stolen erection, as I like to call it. And so we... Mike Lindell was talking about that on OAN, and they cut him off. Said, "Oh, there's no proof, because they're saving their ass. Because Dominion and Skyttle are going after these organizations. There's a saying in sports that the best defense is a great offense." And if you can score a lot of points, a lot of runs, a lot of touchdowns, then you don't necessarily have to play great defense. You just have to score more than the other team. And so what I see happening with Dominion, what I see happening with Skyttle, is a great offense as their defense. Because think about it. If they sue, which they're doing to Linwood, they're doing to Sidney Powell, they're doing probably Michael Flynn. There's a whole list of people that they're asking the YouTubes and the social networks to keep tabs on all these people and all the things they've said about the erection, because they want to use it in a court of law. This is what you call a great defense by using a great offense. So they're on the offensive. They're the ones. Now, what they do there is they put the onus on the defendant, okay, to defend what they've said about them. And there's plenty of information, plenty of evidence to that hasn't been seen by the right people, but is going to be seen by the Supreme Court very soon. I believe on the 19th. And so we're going to start to see, these companies, these corporations that have a lot to lose backing away. Like, for example, OAN had a big disclaimer on the Mike Lindell thing saying it's not them, it's not their views. And so they're really pulling back quite a bit, right? And so, yeah, grown-up show tonight, talking about erections. It's past prime time. So so what we're seeing with this is a great offense and a projection, a projection of just fraudulent activity, right? And which is really comical when you consider the people that are projecting this, the people that are challenging these people, and it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous what we're seeing out there. And so, but by the time Dominion loses, first of all, they don't care if they lose billions, because this is that important that they have to sell this story. CCP has to sell this story in order to keep Biden in, keep things going. And so they have to go on the offensive, just like they have every step of the way. So this is nothing new, okay? And so here we are, and we're gonna talk about some of these things. But that's the most important thing to bring up. And when you have somebody that aggressively going after those people, wouldn't you agree that it gives them an air, like Dominion, an air of maybe they're right because they're challenging these people so aggressively? Yeah. So that's their intention. Also, to push this out, beyond the time that we really need it resolved, okay? And to discredit the other side, because they are still playing the game of public opinion, and we are playing the game of facts. And the unfortunate thing is that a louder voice often drowns out the facts. But when the voice can no longer speak loudly, the facts rise to the surface. And that's what we're going to find out. We're going to find out very, very soon. Like to make a couple of announcements. David Rodriguez is going to join us on Monday on the broadcast. And I also shared something with a friend of mine. So I'm very excited to have David on. David's a fighter, a former professional heavyweight champion, former boxer, and is bringing his unique perseverance as a fighter into this fight, into this war that we're waging against the cabal. And so I think we are a better movement for having somebody like David Rodriguez join, be a part of this movement, and I think it will be a better broadcast having him on to talk a little bit about some of the things that are happening. And I will say that I watched Steve Pieczenik today on Alex Jones, and I haven't watched Alex Jones in quite a while, and I don't like I don't have the same level of respect for Alex Jones that I once did. Steve Pieczenik, I still have a respect for, and yet they're trying to discredit Steve Pieczenik. And Steve Pieczenik, who is former CIA, former military, a doctor, a poet, I believe a man of character, is saying the same things that you're hearing from me, from Todd, but also doesn't really follow Q. doesn't really tap into Q, and yet he is saying the same things that we are about how President Trump is still the president. He's running things from afar, Mar-a-Lago, but also other areas, because Mar-a-Lago, there are times when Mar-a-Lago does not have a do not fly ordinance, which they would if he was there. So that's a telltale sign. And so there are just a lot of people out there that I trust, and I think are, have their finger on the pulse, that are saying the same thing that I am, maybe a little differently, but and also the same thing that Todd is. And our main go-to for this information, whereas Pachenik might have inside contacts where he's getting this information, which if he did have inside contacts, I'm interested as to why he's not more dialed in with 17. But we're getting our direction. We're getting information straight from 17 and straight from President Trump. Okay, so a friend of mine is let's just say close with a certain general. There are two people that I would love to have on this broadcast. My top two: Donald Trump, our president, Donald John Trump, and two would be General Mike Flynn. So my friend has a connection with Flynn, and he and so I sent him a note today, and I said, and I'm going to share it with you. I said 5 reasons I think General Flynn would enjoy being on the Indoctrination Truthcast. Number 1, my audience has taken the oath. About 1,200 of us took the oath back in, I think it was April or May. Okay. 2, and maybe we do that again soon. Number 2, exposure to tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of patriots who support him fully. I think I speak for you when I say that, because we are fans of Mike Flynn here. Number 3, we think that we are all fighting the most important battle in human history. Number 4, we know we are watching a show, Q, and can't wait until the cabal is exposed. Number 5, General Flynn grew up in Rhode Island and went to the University of Rhode Island. I went to Providence College. So that's let me just lay the groundwork there. Number 5, I played on Rick Pitino's Final Four team at Providence and made Rhode Island home for 10 years. Actually, him being a Ram may work against me. So I asked him if he'd feel comfortable showing him this and asking him to be on the broadcast, and he said he absolutely would. But that General Flynn is kind of taken a step back from the limelight right now to watch things play out. So I don't know when that's going to happen, but I hope it does happen very soon, right? So and he did a recent interview, by the way. Sebastian, you live in Rhode Island. Whereabouts? Awesome. Yeah, his last interview, I think, it was just yesterday, I think, maybe. Maybe we'll watch a little bit of that tonight. So I wanted to share that with you. Some good stuff happening here at the broadcast. We'll have Todd and Cindy join us here shortly. And we'll have a good old time tonight digging into some things. As a matter of fact, why don't Todd, Cindy, if you guys want to call in anytime, you're good to go, because we can jump into some stuff here and have some fun together. Let's see. One of the things I wanted to talk about is we think about the mainstream media, right, and how they're doing damage control, right? So one of the things that also comes out every once in a while is a little bit of truth. And while mainstream media is completely burying so much of what's happening right now, here's a Time magazine article, okay, by Molly Ball, okay, The Secret History of the Shadow Campaign That Saved the 2020 Election. So this is going to be very interesting. Okay, hold on one sec. Let me pull these guys up. Patriot Mama, how are you?
Hey, happy Friday.
Happy Friday. It feels good,
Patriot,
doesn't it?
Mama's doing good.
Yeah, good. Good to hear. Good to hear. Um, what? How was your day?
It was great.
Yeah.
Absolutely wonderful. Yep. I'm
Um,
watching the
um,
live feed and at the White House and get thinking, okay, why is it going on? Why is it going off? Why are we looking at a
yeah.
still picture?
Why are we getting messages about the Pope
Yeah,
being executed at the White
yeah,
House?
exactly. And
Right.
show us
Uh,
and then all of a sudden all those messages just disappear.
yeah. And those messages never really came from anybody with any kind of proof or any kind
No,
of nothing. And also supposedly Mark Zuckerberg got arrested today, uh,
allegedly.
allegedly. And
Hmm.
so interesting.
Never
It's
know
kind
what's
of
going
like
on
just
behind
show
the
us the
scenes.
receipts,
I
just
know,
show us
right?
the receipts. Don't tell us how much money you spent on dinner. Just show me the receipt. You know,
Exactly. Yep.
that's all we ask.
There
Um,
was a nice photo of your friend that you were just speaking of General Flynn, and I sent it to the show
oh, cool.
chat if you want to pop that up.
Sure, sure. Let me see here. um,
Because there was a voice clip going around from everyone that they heard that there was no plan.
they heard that there was no plan.
Hmm.
Really?
No plan whatsoever.
Oh, so here, who are we looking at? Michael, Digital Soldier. Yep, with a Q. Awesome. Okay, there's the Pope. Um,
The pictures of the lady, her comment underneath of there was, quote, no plan, right, General?
yeah, right,
And he's got the smile, the look of the cat
right,
that just swallowed the
right,
canary,
right,
you know?
right. He does.
I mean, can you smile any bigger than that?
That
Seriously.
is that is a great smile. That
And
is,
she's
and
got the
by the way,
digital soldier
I love
cue.
it. I
Yeah,
love it.
he's
And the
signing
Q
it.
hat, the Q hat.
Yeah,
You know,
he's putting his autograph.
what I love about this is such a great photo, and he looks so relaxed. He looks
Exactly.
so on top of the world. He
Yep,
looks like a happy that only comes from knowing what's happening, knowing what's coming,
yep,
right, and having it be very, very different from our present reality. Um,
exactly.
because if we were in the present reality of a Biden presidency, I don't think he'd be that happy.
Uh-uh.
Honestly, I just don't think, because they'd come after him again, and he'd know
Exactly.
that, and they'd come after his family, like
Yep,
just like they would come after President Trump. You
yep.
know?
There's a reason why he's smiling so big.
Yeah, I love that, Cindy. That's
Yeah,
awesome. That's awesome. Oh,
just a little
I hope he comes
confirmation that
on.
everything's okay, guys.
Yeah,
Don't give up.
I love it. I think you're right. I think you're right on target there with that smile. And but yeah, so a lot of things. Here's just a bigger picture of it. Let me pull that up because you guys are just to really see that smile. That's awesome. Yeah.
Picture says a thousand words. What is that? Picture says a thousand words or something like that.
Yeah. Well,
Speaks a
maybe
thousand
if
words.
yeah, it maybe if you sent me a picture that would say it, then you wouldn't have to. So So you guys have been watching the live feed of the White
That's
House,
about
yeah?
3 o'clock today. Yeah.
Since about 3 o'clock. Why don't you you and Todd? Hey Todd, how you doing, bud? Uh,
Oh, I didn't. I was going back to sleep here. I thought maybe she just handled this side tonight.
well, I tell you, we might have an uptick in viewership if we went in that direction. So
You
nighty
could
night,
try
my
it.
Go for
friend.
4,000 instead of three,
Well,
huh?
we haven't hit the minimum people watching yet.
The
So
man, you're like what was
She's
it?
kind of a diva.
You're like that. Who was the first model that said she wouldn't get out of bed for anything less than $10,000?
Naomi Campbell, maybe?
No, I think it was somebody like right before her. I want to say like the woman that was in the Chris the video on the beach. Chris.
Christy
Gosh.
Teigen?
No.
Oh, not Christy Teigen. Blech.
Yeah, she's not
Uh,
him. No, not
Christy
him.
Berkeley?
Not. I don't think it was Cindy Crawford. I want to say maybe it was. Was it Cindy Crawford? We got a couple snetheads coming up with Helena Christensen. Yeah, that I think that's the one I'm thinking of. Wasn't she in that video on the beach with Chris Isaac? Not Chris Isaac. Was it Chris Isaac? Yeah, Chris Isaac. Um, Christy Brinkley, she was right there. Linda Evangelista. I think you might be right with the Evangelista. Yeah, I think that might be the one. So that's Todd. Todd doesn't get out of bed for anything less than 3,000 viewers. So you prima donna, you.
He is.
are you still talking?
Ouch.
Somebody's got to fill the
Ouch.
dead air.
Oh my gosh.
All right, I
Um,
guess I'll do it one more time, but you better pick up here.
Well,
We should be at 10. We should be at 10,000 right now.
Slackers.
oh, dude, if we weren't getting kicked off a platform every other day, we'd be there.
Hey,
Um,
Because
don't jinx it. Don't
hey,
jinx
just
it.
because you have
Yeah.
a potty mouth.
yeah, exactly. Is that the reason? That's what we're getting shut down.
Keep
Like,
the F-bombs at a minimum, please.
yeah, exactly. The fun bombs.
Uh-huh.
So we are. Walk us through your experience, if you would. I'm going to pull the live stream up as we're talking, but if you would, the it was the White House live stream, and walk us through that if you would, like what was going on today. And it was around 6:02. You said when the feed cut out.
It cut
Is that
out and then it went black and then it would go on again and then I zoomed in on it and I could tell that it was just a still shot there because the fountain wasn't moving and the vehicles weren't moving, so obviously it was a still shot. Prior
Yeah.
to that, there was somebody kind of pacing back and forth, kind of like what we've seen before.
Uh-huh.
And then there's another person that was standing like in the doorway, wasn't there?
It's your story.
Oh,
Were you the one that
see
were
what I
telling
have
me?
to live with, people. This is what I have to live with right here.
Yeah, yeah.
So anyway, yeah, I took pictures of it.
Cool. So here's the live stream now, and it's just kind of panning back and forth. And so when you guys were watching it, was it panning back and forth?
No.
It was panning, but then it would skip
Hmm.
like from one side to the other real quick, and then sometimes it looked like the same thing would happen.
Yeah. Kind of like
Um,
when Neo saw the black cat in the Matrix. Remember when he
Yeah,
was
yeah,
going
just
up the
like that.
stairs and he said, "Oh,
Yeah,
deja
yeah.
vu,"
Oh, yeah,
Oh, yeah.
because there's a
I was
glitch
like,
in the
what the heck's he
Matrix.
talking about?
yeah, yeah.
Okay, I'm with you now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was, but yesterday was even worse, Dave, because in the morning, I've been watching to see if they're doing anything with that structure across the street from the White House.
Right.
Watching them take it down and put it up, and take it down and put it up, and what they're doing to it. And in the morning, there was snow, and then I noticed all the feeds about an hour later. There was no snow on the White House lawn. It was all clear. And then it even went to a part where there were leaves on the trees. And I know leaves don't pop back on the trees. And I got a still shot of
Yeah.
that.
Okay.
Um,
You want to send that stuff?
yeah, I'll
By
send
the
it.
way, I have I heard that the reason why that structure keeps was taken down and is being put back up is because they got a new Hillary weight count. Um, yeah,
Uh-huh.
Well, I
yeah.
don't know. The new one is a little shorter and not as heavy, I think. So the
Well,
2.0 version.
yeah. Well, I think they got to do all of them. So that top floor is gonna be under a lot of stress.
That
Um,
has been my question.
yeah, how
Do
many
they
or
keep them?
if
Do
they're
they
all
get
going
rid of
down?
them? I mean,
I think you could rent them out for parties. I think after I think it's gonna be you know
eh,
yeah
or,
that's disgusting thought actually.
Mhm.
Um, so
Okay. So I sent you 4 total pictures. One of them was in the morning, and one of them was in the afternoon. Or 3 of them were in the morning, and they showed a different structure. It's not even the same structure. It's not the same day. It's not the same season. And you can see the difference. And these are off the live feed. These aren't.
okay,
I
so
I
this
didn't
was
go
all
anywhere
the
else.
live feed today. Yeah.
Yesterday, this was the obvious time that I knew they were playing games with it was yesterday, and so I
Okay.
took these pictures show it perfectly.
And okay, so this picture, let me go through them all.
Notice that the structure is not even the same one, and there's leaves on the trees, and these are off live feeds yesterday.
All these pictures are off live feeds yesterday.
Yep.
There's Fauci with the masks on. There we
I
go.
think there's some trickery going on.
Interesting. Okay, so here we've got green grass, no leaves on the trees. And the the boards across the top are pretty much the same. Then no leaves on the trees, still green grass. Um, Same structure.
Yep.
Same
The first
structure.
three, the first three are the ones that I have a problem with because then the fourth one is actually like a yesterday afternoon shot, and it
And
didn't. The
wait, the
structure
fourth
changed
one?
in
Hold on. Okay,
the.
so starting
Yep.
at the, let me, so just so we're on the same page, the one after Fauci's masks, that's the first one, right? Okay.
Is it like the right hand side of the White House with the
Yeah.
sun coming up? Yes.
Um, it's in the structure is in the foreground with the boards across the top.
Yeah.
Okay, that's one. Then we go
hmm
to two, which is more of a close up of that. Yeah.
Yeah, I blew it up
Yeah.
because the
Okay.
board going across the top was a new thing to me at that time.
Well, it seems to me that that was like that about a week ago, and then they disappeared, and now they're back.
Well, that was the thing, but I don't even think this is the same structure, Dave. That's what I'm getting at. Um,
Okay. So, and this was all from yesterday.
yep.
Okay. And then we go to the third one. It's more wide out. It's the same, pretty much the same thing. Still green grass.
Yep.
Okay. Then we go back even further. Pretty much the same thing. Green grass. Okay. Um, oh, wait a minute. Is this okay? Now we go to the dark shot. It's dark out. Is that snow in the foreground of the White House?
There was snow there in the there was snow there the day before, and then in the morning it portrayed that there wasn't snow there, and the structure looked different. And then in the afternoon there was snow there again, and it didn't snow. It was the snow never melted
Yeah.
and then came back.
Yeah.
And I'd rather not say it says use the Earth Cam one. It can't be compromised. Well, that's the one we've been using, and it is compromised. So,
Okay.
right?
Well, I think
And
any
then
of
there's
them.
I think any of them can be compromised.
Then there's a close up, and it doesn't look like the same structure when there's
I
two
believe
bright
that-
lights.
I believe that's from a previous year.
Wow, and you got this across the feed yesterday.
Yesterday, yes,
Wow,
100%.
wow. Oh wow! Now there's a completely different structure
Yeah,
without the things, without the stairwells enclosed, without the lids across the top,
yep,
and there's no snow on the ground.
nope. And
Then-
these were,
Oh my God! Now there's snow on the ground in the broad daylight with a different structure,
yes,
with
exactly.
the stairs enclosed.
Yep.
And
Yes.
this was all on the feed yesterday, guys.
All off of the Earth Cam feed.
Wow. And now there's a whole other structure again without any sidewalls, without any snow. And wow.
Yeah, it's very, very, very strange.
And then
Because
a
I've
close
been-
up, it's not even the same structure. Absolutely.
No,
This
it's
is-
not.
No.
Wow. And then the last one is snow with the enclosed. Yeah. All right. Wow. So there's just
laugh at
so. What's that?
They laugh at us.
See, guys, we're supposed to enjoy the show. Hi, Patricia. I'm doing well, thank you. They want us to enjoy the show, folks. Look at this. I mean, this is just insanity that that this kind of stuff is going on. That the Biden's not in the White House, and that she's not staying in the executive house. She's staying in the Blair House, and oh, guys, and the leaves on the trees too, right?
Yeah, but leaves on the tree.
trees. Yeah.
Snow,
Christy.
snow back.
Yeah, look
Well,
at the
and then
trees. Look at the leaves on the trees here, guys.
And the whole thing goes down all at once at 6:02. I'm looking at it, and that was right after we got the JFK unconfirmed Pope news.
Right.
And I popped on there, and I was like, I was just looking at that. I didn't see any movement at all. And I went to it, and none of the cams, none of the 5 cams would work.
Wow.
And that lasted for me. I tried for about a half hour, and then I had posted it on my Facebook that the cam was down, and then other people were saying, well, they could get to it, and I still couldn't get to it when they said they could. So I don't know what's going on.
Huh. Well, if there's one thing that we know, whether or not you want to say, oh, that structure, this or that or whatever, the bottom line here is that none of what's happening makes any sense whatsoever.
I know.
Unless you're of the mind that the white hats are in control, they've got control over everything that people are seeing, and they're allowing these people to expose themselves. Now, I think that what 17 is doing, what the white hats are doing, is they know how stressful this time is right now for patriots.
Mm-hmm.
Because Biden's doing all these executive orders. He's, getting rid of jobs. He's getting rid, he's doing what CCP wants. He's, we're going to have abortions. We're going to have mandatory face masks. We're going to, raise the prices back up of insulin and ephedrine, or EpiPens. And, it's like, so they know that patriots are nervous. But
Of
so
course.
they're showing us, don't be nervous. Enjoy the show. Because the show is to wake up those who aren't nervous but should be.
Right. It's the lack of holding our leaders accountable has led to all of this.
Yeah.
So we can't fall back into the same thing. We can't just be rescued, and taken care of. We have to be shown how bad it would have gotten
Yeah.
if we
Yeah.
would have let this play out.
Yeah.
That's my opinion. If it's not right, then we're in a lot bigger trouble than.
Yeah.
I like what Zark Muckerberg said. He said, if nothing happens by St. Patrick's Day, I am getting drunk and getting my passport.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Yeah.
We're with you, Zark.
Yeah, well, we'll relocate for sure.
Listen. I am. Yeah. Let's just say the Snedfest ain't happening on U.S. soil. Okay. Let's just.
I've always wanted to go international.
Yeah. Yeah. And here's the thing, guys. Amy said, it's so stressful. It's like, I know it's easy to say, but please don't allow it to be stressful, because enjoy the show, enjoy the show, enjoy the show. So many reminders from 17 for us to enjoy this show, because my guess is that they knew it wasn't going to be swift. So it was going to take a while to unravel this extremely intricate network of, human trafficking, pedophilia, crimes against humanity, organ harvesting, adreno, all this crazy, horrendous human crimes, and the people who commit them. That takes time. And so the patience that I talked about last night is just so important. But it's easier to have patience when you see things like this, and you know in your heart and in your mind that this is bullshit, that this is just the white hats showing us we got this. Because they know how many people are watching this. They know, people know about us. People know about this broadcast. People know what we're doing. The guy that I did the silver with, he checked us out with Right Side Broadcasting, like 3 major, right side broadcasters, and they were like, "Oh yeah, the indoctrination, yep, all good." And that he did that before he did business with me, and so they know how many people are going to these sites to see what the hell's going on at the White House, because Biden can't be there. So they know where we're looking. So why not show us that that they're in control of it? What benefit, Todd, Cindy, would the Biden administration have with showing us this craziness going on at the White House?
Absolutely no benefit at all.
No benefit.
None.
No benefit. Yeah, no benefit.
Yeah, I mean the whole thing. There's no benefit for them acting the way they are. Like we
Right.
talked earlier briefly, and I said, and I never did get to the bottom of this, but there was an announcement that Biden was upset and didn't want President Trump to be briefed, and he didn't want any intel briefings for President Trump.
Yes. Yeah.
And then we came to that moment and said, is that normal to brief the ex-president?
Ex-president.
And I'm not so sure, Dave, that Biden is getting the briefings.
He's
He
not.
might be getting fake
There's no way he is. You know how they said a good defense is a great offense. Well, that's their projection. That's their offense to the whole thing.
Right.
It's like, oh yeah, he shouldn't be getting the briefings. It's like,
Yeah.
you're saying that because you want them and you're not getting them. So you're saying, well, if I can't get him, he can't.
Right.
Or
Yeah.
it's like, yeah, Joe, sure, that's the intel briefing. Yep,
Yeah.
that's what we got for you. Yep, wink, wink.
Probably a Snoopy cartoon.
Yeah.
Hey guys, look at this. This is another great photo of General Flynn. A meme. Hold the wine.
Hold
I
the
love it.
wine.
That is
There's
from
a few snatheads holding the wine
C-
tonight.
CR Meister. CR Meister. Yeah, we got some sned heads pounding some
I mean,
wine.
I mean, Dave, you hit it on the head because did you notice? Have you noticed Donald Trump Jr. and what he's doing and how much fun they're having? And I don't know if you saw the snowmobile ride with his daughter.
No.
Oh my God. He let his daughter drive the snowmobile, and they were just having a ball somewhere. I don't know where they were, but it was obviously they had probably a foot of snow or more on the ground, and they were just having a ball. They were both laughing and giggling. And, who would have the most to lose at this point if Biden was really in control?
Um, Trump and Flynn. No question about it.
Trump and his family.
And his family, yes.
They
Yeah.
would.
Sounds like I lost you. Let me get him back. Get him back. Get him back. Um, Excuse me. I let a yawn out. Christy, Punisher is on Gab. Really? Can you send me a link, please? Let me pull up the chat on this one so that I can get to you. Let's see. We are over, 2,000 and about 2,400 beautiful humans, guys. Let's see. Yeah, they would go after the family so hard. So hard. Yeah, I didn't touch anything, so I didn't hang up on them. But sometimes I want to, but I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. Let's see. Let me call back. This would be Cindy. Let me call her back. Patriot Mama.
Hello, you lost us.
Todd was in mid-sentence and it just cut out. I have no idea why.
And you know what? When that happens, we can still hear you.
Now, you can
That's
hear
what's
me
weird.
through the phone, but you can't. So it's through the phone you can hear me, not through the show. So you're not.
Oh,
It's
we
not
don't
like.
have the show on because there's too much of a delay.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, Venus and I mentioned the Lou Dobbs firing. He was the best thing Fox had going. So they're just taking a hard line against truth, basically.
Yeah.
That's why we can't trust Fox at all.
He was old school. I liked Blue.
Yeah, yeah. I think he was the best thing they had gone. I think has the most credibility of all those guys. Um, so yeah.
We were asking about past presidents getting intel, and it says, I looked it up, and it says, as a matter of course, former presidents are entitled to periodic security intelligence briefings. However,
Mm-hmm.
those optional briefings they do get aren't as detailed or as sensitive as they would have received while in office. For example, a sitting president receives the President Daily Brief document on a daily basis.
Okay.
So they keep them in the loop, but they're not going to tell them, everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
So there's your answer for that. I was going to look it up earlier, but I got stuck on another rabbit hole.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it's still funny that he's whining, even if but if it is normal, then why would he be whining? Because President Trump's getting it. Trump
Yeah.
can't. Trump's the worst thing that ever happened in this country, right?
Joe doesn't want to share his toys.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a definitive. He's not getting. He's not getting he's not getting them. Joe has no control, folks.
Right.
He has no control, And I'm not just talking about his bladder. Okay. All right. I'm
Lost
talking
that long time
about
ago.
he might as well be drawing up those executive actions, which, by the way, do not carry the weight of an executive order. And if they can control these White House feeds, if they can control the media like they are, we believe they are, they can also control the sites that mention the executive orders. All right, they can also mention. Look at how they're letting people like AOC just completely discredit themselves. This guy who died, this officer supposedly got hit in the face with a fire extinguisher, and that's not the case. Excuse me. That's not the case at all. There were no injuries. So hey, we got some good stuff. Christy directed me to Gab, where the Punisher supposedly is.
Does
at
anybody
Punisher
else have
70.
issues with Gab? Because every time Todd and I try, we get locked up.
I haven't really used it. This is the most I've been on it.
It's very frustrating.
Let's go to
Because somebody said Trump was on there.
yeah. Is that right?
But I'll think
How do we verify if it is Trump, right?
Exactly. Well, they said that the account had been
Yeah.
on there since the very beginning, and now it was a pro, whatever that
Yeah.
means.
Well, everybody knows that the new Trump has a mustache or a beard,
Well, of course.
Yeah.
so that's how you can tell.
Sheila says, look, COVID virus and treatment 2005 episode of The Dead Zone. Sheila, I got a little criticism for showing that video about 2 weeks ago. But the reason I showed that video 2 weeks ago is because we showed it a year ago. Or 10 months ago. I can't remember when it
Yeah,
was.
at the start of the pandemic.
At the start of the pandemic, we found that out about a long time ago. But I appreciate you bringing that up, but also know you're in the right place, okay? Because we're not showing that right now because we showed it a year ago. So now that let me read a few of these. Let's just see what direction this takes us in with the Punisher. Oh, I was going to say, how do we know? How do we verify? How does Gab verify who it is?
There's a few people saying at real Donald Trump it has a blue check mark on Gab, so it must be like Twitter. I don't know. Like I said, we haven't been able to get in. So
all right, maybe we'll check it out after we look at some of these. So now
They
that
don't
John,
like us. They don't like us deplorables being there.
is that right?
Yeah, I think I hit the deplorable status
Okay. All right.
since I haven't been able to get on Twitter for approximately 6 months.
Right.
August 20th, the night before my accident.
Wow, that was a 1-2 punch, huh?
Yeah.
Now that John Matsey has been ousted by the Mercers, perhaps it's time to speak a little more freely about Parler. Okay, this is interesting. John Matsey was the CEO of Parler and who was basically forced out. Was Parler a GOP establishment attempt to subvert the work Gab has been doing for 5+ years and data mine conservatives? Good question. Marcus says, just so you guys know, Parler is not a technology company in the same way that Get On Gab is. It's run by Robert Mercer's daughter and essentially a data grab for CPACs. It's really meant not as a way for you to communicate, but so that the GOP can communicate with you. Okay, that's very interesting. When Gab first launched, let's say we were approached by some hedge fund people on the right who wanted to invest, hold on one second, on one condition: stop talking about certain topics and people, change the branding, and give up control. Obviously, we didn't take the deal with the devil. What happened to John Matsey is partially why. the CEO and founder, ousted from his own company, should never happen, especially not in an early stage startup. Keep your daddy's billionaire hedge fund money, Rebecca. We don't need it. We have the people. Top conservative mega donor cuts ties with Bannon as pressure grows. So Rebecca Mercer disavowed Steve Bannon at Breitbart. She forced him out of Breitbart. She did the same thing to Milo. Okay, the Mercers washed their hands of Milo. The conservative billionaire distances himself from the right-wing provocateur whose reputation has been sullied by reports. Now, my friend Dave Miles knows Milo. He's done a movie with him, and Milo has been completely devastated by mainstream media in terms of like his reputation, and with people like this, the Mercers. John Matzey should have seen it coming. This will be an important lesson to learn early in his career. I've spoken to him a few times and genuinely believe that he supports free speech. We wish him well with his next adventure. So now what's important to understand here is that if you believe John Matzey, that means you have to disbelieve Dan Bongino, or that Dan Bongino has to say what he says about John Matzey not being for free speech, because he's going to lose a lot of people if he doesn't, and because the Mercers have financial control over Parler, right? So this is very interesting that we're seeing this. Let me go to the next Punisher, Thomas Wichter thread, which was a great thread that Barb turned me on to, and let me pull up the secret history of the shadow campaign that saved the 2020 election, which I got into briefly. Basically, Thomas Wichter breaks it down, and he says that time admits that the Democrats stole the election, but they did it for our own good. This is what's crazy about this left narrative. And time also says a cabal did it. The only possible reason this admission would be made is preemptive damage control. Here's a typical leftist plant's reaction. Read the entire article, people. These screenshots are completely taken out of context. It's exactly why there needs to be an initiative to preserve our democracy like the article talks about. By the way, the article talks about preserving our democracy by shutting you and me up. That's how they preserve democracy, is shutting up those who don't agree with their ideal of democracy. The Democrats are already talking about laws that preserve the integrity of elections by making sure that mail-in ballots are mandated by federal law. But as infuriating as this all is, it's also irrelevant. I've explained how Trump used the military to get the real vote count. Believe me, he didn't just sit on it. He acted on it. The Republicans went along because this increased their political power too. And plenty of Republicans actually support Trump despite what so many people say. Now, I haven't told you how Trump could have acted on having the real vote count. Nobody else has written about this, and I refuse to be the first in case I'm right. And I'll say right now, that first Congress acted and then Trump's cabinet secretaries acted. That covers all bases. Since this is a national emergency, Trump was able to use presidential emergency action documents. BrennanCenter.org says presidential emergency action documents, PEADS, are executive orders, proclamations, and messages to Congress that are prepared in anticipation of a range of emergency situations. Not one has ever leaked or been declassified. The Democrats have just admitted that they stole the election for our own good. Trump's Judas goats are hard at work. Every day in every way, the Democrats dig their political graves deeper. After this admission of a stolen election, Trump's actions will not be challenged by anybody. Besides, if I'm right, the solution is foolproof. It passes all constitutional tests. Note that the Time magazine article didn't come out until after Trump said he wouldn't prove fraud in his trial. And so have the lawyers. Until the trial is over, don't be sure that he won't testify. And remember that the lawyers specialize in fraud and criminal conspiracies. We'll see what happens. End. Okay. Thoughts on that?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
NPR voice.
NPR.
Mm-hmm.
Well, can you read that again to me?
That's funny. That's very funny. Yeah. So it's what's going to come out. What's going to come out in this, in the Supreme Court. What's going to come out in the trial. It's what are they going to release, right? Christie was saying that that we're going to use the trial to expose the left.
Yeah, can you see Trump going in there and testifying?
No, because it's unless he knows exactly, what he's going to say, and he, I just don't think it's a win situation, but I don't think he has to either.
Well, okay, let's back up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Say, the whole idea behind President Trump being gone at this moment is to separate himself from looking at the appearance. We've learned this from the Post. He has to appear like he's out of the picture, and this other stuff is all happening off of his watch.
Yeah.
He cannot look. He can't have the appearance that he's out there attacking his political enemies and trying to take them down. Otherwise, that's going to fire up the left. So he has to go off for a while and be separate from the whole thing as anything goes down, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And in the appearance, the appearance of neutrality is important for him, so that others can consume whatever information comes out, no matter how it comes out. I don't know that. Nobody really knows how they're going to expose. But when they do expose all the criminality, whether it comes from Huber or the investigations, or if it comes out of Epstein, or if it comes out of Maxwell, or if it comes out of Julian Assange, or there's a million places that could come out.
Yeah.
But I think President Trump has to be playing golf somewhere far, far away when it all goes down, so it doesn't look like he's the one out there, cracking the whip on everybody.
Right.
That's the whole idea.
Well, the like Christie's saying, is the evidence will even piss off the left. Like if they're able to get the evidence into the impeachment trial, again, I don't think he needs to testify to get that evidence in there.
Because they wouldn't believe him anyway.
Exactly. It's a no-win situation. And then the 3 election fraud cases are slated with the Supreme Court. So this is where, the rhetoric stops and the facts, stand up.
I agree. That's my opinion on how I think it's going to be. I think he's going to be isolated from the situation as it breaks.
Mm-hmm.
But there's been twists and turns, and I don't know everything. I mean, I'm not claiming that I do. I'm just trying to, navigate as we go and see what looks logical. And heck, sometimes you can't even look at that.
Right.
Because we've been thrown a lot of curveballs. I know just through decoding things that we decode, and the things that some of the information that was shared with us, it pointed to things happening previously, strongly.
Yeah.
The storm is upon us. Keep those in harm's way safe. Everything that we hit was like, well, there's something going down now. And we weren't wrong when we thought that something was going to happen a previous week or day.
Right.
It was where the information showed us it was going to happen. So like we said, that's like the boxers faking punches and seeing what the opponent's going to do. So
Right.
I take that, being wrong is fine with me. As long as the plan works, I'll be the tool that goes out there and says, oh, it's got to be tonight, and I'll probably continue to do that. I try not to, but when you give me 30 comms that say something is happening now, I'm not going to sit on the information and say, well, let's just see what happens. Usually I share that with the audience just in case it does.
Yeah.
And we're the point men of being wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't have a problem with it because I'm trying to help. I'm not trying to make anything up to try to make anybody feel good or feel better. I'm trying to help people navigate a tough situation. And, I'm trying to navigate it myself. So I'm not out giving disinformation and making up my own conspiracy theories based on nothing. The facts are there when we say this, stuff like we're talking about the Super Bowl. We told, in the last 2 days, we've given probably 30 or 40 different reasons why the posts point to something happening. Will it happen? Hell, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But if I sit on the information and something happens and everybody gets caught off guard and, people are all worried, I think I've done a disservice. So I share my information and my opinion, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. That's it. I don't really, I'm not the one making the plan, so I could be wrong.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing about us putting information out there. Okay, right now, let's take a step back from this for a moment. Let's kind of take a 40,000 foot view of this, looking down on the situation of the media and the perception right now that is being projected, right? Because projection is not just projecting, what you do wrong onto others to make them wrong, but it's also projecting an image, projecting something so that the other side or the people that you're trying to project to will have a their perception will be manipulated. And so if we look down on that situation about the projection from the mainstream media and big tech and how they're quieting, I mean, look at Lindell's video, okay? Lindell puts out a video with experts, with evidence, with proof of what went down, and Vimeo silenced it. YouTube silenced it. I think Twitter shut down his account before it came out and shut down his company's account before it came out. Big tech is absolutely censoring what he has to say. OAN came out with a huge disclaimer, like, oh, we didn't do it, this isn't our findings, this isn't our reporting. Why? Because they're covering their ass with Dominion, right? So, and then you've got NBC, CBS, ABC, CBS, all these stations, all these channels, Morning Drive on the radio, NPR, the afternoon television, nighttime, comedy, scripted works that are all painting this narrative that that we don't have control over the narrative that they're painting, and they have a wide swath. So you have them painting that narrative. You have somebody like Lindell trying to paint, the real narrative, trying to paint the truth of what happened. You have guys like us and all these other cats that have been, kicked off YouTube, kicked off Facebook. So many snedheads have been put in Facebook jail, trying to counter that argument. Now let's take both sides of that. Now let's put it in a court of law. And now let's find out what's admissible and what's inadmissible. Because rhetoric, third-party testimonial, hearsay, hurt feelings, aghastness is not admissible in a court of law, whether it be the Senate court or the Supreme Court.
Dave,
Yes.
if Emmett Sullivan is ruling, TDS is
Yep.
admissible?
Well, I'm so glad you brought that up, because I was gonna mention, unless you have injustice behind the bench, which we've seen. And I've talked about, so many of the predictions we've made that prediction with a just frame of mind, that justice will be served. But we are so used to injustice that we're not surprised that it's taken longer. We're not surprised that our timetable has been moved back because of the injustice behind the bench. So, but here's the thing. If everybody's looking at the Senate trial, because it could be the impeachment of President Donald Trump, they have to see like evidence that's been brought to the table, and the judge either has to say, or the Senate has to either say that's admissible as because of its evidence or not. But at least there's another level of checks and balances in a court of law, and certainly the Supreme Court, because in the Supreme Court, because what you have in both situations is you have what's called precedents. Not presidents, but precedents of presidents. And so the court law is based on presidential decisions. And so these decisions, like, this case versus the people versus this case, and the court ruled on that in a certain way because of A, B, C, D, E, F. And so in this now situation where we have A, B, C, D, E, F presented, they can't rule on this differently than they did on that, because that established the precedents going forward.
Well,
and if they do, they have to really explain why. Like, what were the extenuating circumstances that made it different? Go ahead.
When you have Senator Leahy presiding, who is a Trump hater, they don't really have a neutral party judge saying what's admissible and not.
Right. But there is precedence that will challenge what he's saying and challenge his political bent, right? They'll be able to say, listen, you cannot disavow not admit, real evidence. You can't do that, and if you do, you expose yourself.
Yeah, I think, I mean, as far as they went with Sullivan on Flynn,
Mm-hmm.
I think you could see him go farther on, with Leahy on Trump,
Yep.
because who's going to control it from there once the Senate were to make a decision?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying he's going to be impeached as far as, found guilty. But they're going to optically having Senator Leahy, a known Trump hater, and, presiding where
Right.
Justice Roberts did last trial. That's a whole different ballgame, don't you think?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
if you were doing it in an honest world like you're talking about,
Yeah.
I mean, I'd agree 100%. But these guys don't play by the rules, and they're doing it again.
Mm-hmm.
They're putting their own guy up there and saying, "Well, he's a good guy; he'll rule."
Right.
It's like, I don't know. I mean, it's just, if you look at the post, it says, POTUS will be 100% insulated and 0% chance of being impeached.
Right.
So I got to kind of go along with that if I'm following 17, and that's my main basis of information. So
Right.
that's where
And
where I stand.
well, that's why I think that it's like the evidence is so overwhelming that that if they're just talking about the insurrection, the evidence is overwhelming that you can't speculate that speech on the ellipse drove what happened at the Capitol, for one. Two, what happened at the Capitol was we have proof of them allowing them in. Three, we have all this misinformation. There's so much evidence that will go against just that aspect of it. But also that if you look at the bigger picture here and talk about the election itself and why, not necessarily why people were upset and wanted to go inside the Capitol, but why the other side had to create this situation along with the follow-up. Because what we're going to see is that there were communications that existed before the insurgency about the insurgency. We've already seen that the 2 pipe bombs that were fake, they were like props, they were put there the night before. Had nothing to do with President Trump's speech. Okay? Oh, well, he's been inciting this kind of violence for some time. Really? Where's the proof on that? Right? Because you can't just say that and have it mean something in a court of law.
Well, the first thing I would do is take the majority, I'd take Schumer and I would play his speech talking about in front of the Supreme Court, saying, "I'm talking to you, Gorsuch. I'm talking to you, Kavanaugh. You have reaped the whirlwind."
Yeah.
Put that little clip up for a minute and let people look at that and digest what he was saying on the steps of the Supreme Court.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that was way more incisive than anything President Trump's ever said.
How about Maxine Waters? How about Pelosi? How about AOC? We're gonna get a list of these people. We're coming after them. I mean, it's just you can't. It's a perfect defense. I mean, I've never practiced law, and I could defend this thing. I mean, it's like, let's just talk about the facts. Let's take our emotions out of it and talk about the facts, and you're going to find that the facts do not hold up. How about the fact that they rushed to the impeachment in the House to begin with, and what evidence did they have to move forward with that? That invalidates the whole thing. So
Well, I mean,
because
when he's a private citizen, it invalidates the whole thing anyway.
yeah.
Unless he's not a private citizen.
Mm-hmm. But what they did, so what they could do is go into the House impeachment, and because he was the president at the time, and so it's about getting showing that was a sham. That was a sham, because there was no proof to go forward with that. It was not evidence based. So the fact that it's in the Senate to begin with is and he's not a president, that's a sham. And the fact that it was given to them by the House just shows the absolute partisanship that exists, and how they're trying to take somebody out on partisanship. Yeah, I'm going to look at Nino's Corner. I actually started looking at that. Thank you.
And the whole thing is, if you are the president, you're Joe Biden, and you're Chuck Schumer, you've got them, at least a split, and then you have Kamala as the tiebreaker in the Senate, and you have the majority in the House. Why would you be upset about anything?
Yep. Exactly.
I mean, why aren't you just,
That
why
more
aren't
than
you
anything.
cheering? Why aren't you
That more-
cheering yourselves now for winning all these races?
Yeah. That more than
Doesn't
anything
fit.
tells us that that why they're doing this, because they're not in control. They're not in control.
It sounds that way to me.
Yeah. Let's listen to this is I'm trying to find the Nino's Corner. What's the post that you want me to bring up, guys? CYN Canyon. What is that? Excuse me. So it's an opportunity to have everybody focused on something, but to also have the clear delineation of law, and there's not there's a very, very fuzzy line between their partisanship and the law that they're not quite dialed into, and we're going to see that, I think. As Lampy says, Dave, did you see where CNN burrowed the story that cause of death of the cop was not blunt force trauma? Investigation further. Meaning they buried it, the story? Okay. Interesting. Let's see if CNN. So, but it's an opportunity to get the evidence in front of the people. Let's see. I'm just seeing how they buried the Hunter Biden story.
I think there's another thing that we've got to kind of pay a little bit of attention to.
Mm-hmm.
I just heard today that having the Capitol surrounded by 65,000 troops at least has cost $440 million up to this point.
Uh-huh.
And I have a little bigger picture. I think they've got assets throughout the country. So we are not. This is not. I don't think this is going to be one of those things where they're going to be sitting on all these assets, everywhere across the country, including D.C. so heavily, and just milk this thing out. If in fact there is a plan, which I believe there is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can't just you're not going to sit on it for months and months and months.
Right. Um, the Nino doesn't have one at 6:36 p.m. That's what I'm looking for from X22. So send me the link, please. The thing that's that's an opportunity. Somebody said, if the white hats are in control, how come the impeachment trial? That's a great question. And what Christie had come up with was, hey, what a great opportunity to get the evidence in front of everybody. So we'll see how this plays out. Yeah. We've got
right. I mean, the whole thing about this is all about exposure.
yes.
And they've even gone, if you haven't noticed, you might have to kind of look at the periphery, but even our great Chicago mayor came out and said that the schools should be open and the teachers should be going back to work. And so now we're starting on the education exposure.
Mm-hmm.
And that had to be exposed. We couldn't have gone, okay, say Trump gets back in the White House, say everything kind of goes back to normal. That can't happen.
Yeah.
The education system has to come down too.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to go and have your kids go right back to school and be indoctrinated again. I mean, the whole point about this is exposure and removal of basically communist Chinese ways.
Right.
We're not going to be a police state. We're not all going to have, groupthink. We're not going to lose our First and Second Amendments. The whole thing has to fall. Just like they said, the whole diseased temple has to come crashing down.
Mm-hmm.
There's no other way about it.
Right. Absolutely.
That's the courts. That's the politicians. That's even all the way down to, local mayors. It's regional and local as much as national. Look how many attorney generals that Soros put in.
Yeah.
Those people can't stay there. They can't make their own rules, like no bail, everybody gets out free. Go ahead and kill people, and we'll let you out tomorrow. All that's got to be cleaned up. This is a big deal.
Yes.
So when you're like, well, why don't they just do this and be done? And because it's all connected. You can't leave any of the cancer in the country.
So this is from Ivan Raukin. I'm trying to see how I can pull this up. This was reported on X22, and you guys aren't going to be able to see the whole thing, I don't believe. But it's in Nino's Corner, and Snedhead was giving us a heads up on this. Thank you. Do Canyon, CYN, thank you. All right, so let me pull this up so you can see what I'm reading. Hold on a second. And this goes right alongside what Todd and I are talking about here. Excuse me. And I'm sorry I can't get it bigger for you. I am going to get it a little bit bigger. Okay. By transmitting, so this is Ivan Raukin, U.S. Congress confirms Trump is still current president of the U.S. This goes along with what you're saying, Todd. How do you impeach a president that's no longer president? He's no longer in office, right? We were talking about this the other night. The U.S. House, 232 to 179, U.S. Senate 55 to 45. By transmitting the article of impeachment to the U.S. Senate on Monday, Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi and the U.S. House of Representatives acknowledged that Donald J. Trump remains the President of the United States of America since only current presidents can be impeached. Furthermore, the U.S. Senate voted on Tuesday, 55 to 45, to proceed with a trial of President Trump. This vote explicitly acknowledges that Donald J. Trump remains the current President of the United States of America, since only current presidents can be impeached and tried. U.S. Constitution, Article 1, Section 3, Clause 7, judgment in cases of impeachment shall not extend further than to removal from office and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States. For these reasons, and we covered this the other night, for these reasons, President Trump may be duty-bound to rename, the office of the former president to the office of the acting president of the United States. The launching of the U.S. Senate trial explicitly acknowledges via majority vote by both chambers of the U.S. Congress, House transmittal of articles of impeachment 232 to 197, and Senate acceptance to begin trial 55 to 45, that Trump is the president since only presidents can be impeached and tried. Article 1, Section 3. Let me pull that up again. Let me see if I can find that. So, this is exactly what you were just saying. This is what we were saying the other night. How do you impeach a former president? And is that even possible to do? Let me pull up. Article 1, Section 3, Clause 7. Judgment in cases of impeachment shall not extend further than to removal from office and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States. But the party convicted shall nevertheless be liable and subject to indictment, trial, judgment, and punishment according to law. And we read this the other night, by the way. Was it last night or earlier in the week?
Earlier in the week.
Earlier in the week, okay.
Like Monday, probably.
Yeah, judgment in cases of impeachment shall not extend further than to removal from office. So if he's not in office, okay, and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor. The immediate effect of conviction upon an article of impeachment is removal from office, although the Senate may subsequently vote on whether the official shall be disqualified from again holding an office of public trust under the United States. But that's subsequently vote, right? So the impeachment is removal, then there would be a subsequent vote on whether he be disqualified from running for office again. If this latter option is pursued, a simple majority vote by the Senate is required. If not, an individual who has been impeached and removed may remain eligible to serve in an office in the future, including as a member of Congress. Okay? By design, impeachment is separate and distinct from a criminal proceeding. Impeachment and conviction by Congress operates to remove an individual from office. It does not, however, preclude criminal consequences for an individual's actions. Those who have been impeached and removed from office are still subject to criminal prosecutions for the same underlying factual matters, and individuals who have already been convicted of crimes may be impeached for the same underlying behavior later. A number of federal judges, in fact, have been indicted and convicted for conduct which has formed the basis for a subsequent impeachment proceeding. The text of the Constitution does not address the sequencing of impeachment and other legal proceedings. Generally speaking, historical practice has been to impeach individuals after the conclusion of any related criminal proceedings, although this might simply reflect practical convenience, as such proceedings can alert Congress of improper behavior that may warrant impeachment. Nonetheless, nothing in the Constitution demands this order of events. The Constitution bars the president from using the pardon power to shield individuals from impeachment or removal from office. A president could pardon impeached officials suspected of criminal behavior, thus protecting them from federal criminal prosecution. Such a move would not, however, shield those officials from removal from office via the impeachment process. Okay? So, and by the way, Todd, this goes to your, they've got the House, they've got the Senate, they've got the presidency, supposedly, the left. Why are they going after him? What's the motivation? To keep him from running again? Well, they can't impeach him to keep him from running again. They have to, the first is the removal from office. Otherwise, you're not, right?
Yeah, the 2/3 leads to the majority.
Yeah.
And since he's not in office, it's moot.
Yeah. And like Christie says, under their Democrat rules, we can impeach Obama and Clinton.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
So it's part of the operation.
You could almost ensure that would happen. Every president leaving office would be impeached, and
Yep.
They're just making it so the parties are so divided since there's only two, and they're so close in the division of the country. So they say, by votes, but not in reality, because we know what happened with the voting machines.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, this country is not 50-50. You're not either a radical communist or a right-wing extremist. It's just not. It's not like it's portrayed.
Right. Right. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I would say 75 to 80% lay in the middle somewhere. You have probably 10% extremists on the right and 10% extremists on the left, and then 80% of us are in the middle.
Yeah.
We might lean one way or the other, but we're also, we're not, even the left, most of the left is not leaning communism, although they like you to portray it like that.
Well, the left, if you're going to destroy the left, do exactly what they're doing.
Right.
What better way to destroy your enemy than to let them destroy themselves?
Yeah, and both parties are gonna be taking the hit here. It's not. This isn't going to be like, oh well, the Republican Party won. No.
Yeah.
Sorry, there's just as much corruption on your side. This is about corruption.
This is about the swamp.
Not about D or R. It's about patriot or insurgent.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So a lot of moving pieces, and we've got we've got about, let's see, for 2,600 people. I'm trying to get it up on the screen for you, but it's showing offline on that feed. But across 3 platforms. Thanks for hanging out with us, guys, on this Friday evening. This is David Snedeker. I'm with Todd Gediminsky and Cindy Johnson on the line from Illinois. And we are discussing what is going down and with this present political and planetary movement. We're getting crazy, comments of the Pope being executed on the White House lawn. That came out of nowhere, and the White House lawn was having glitches in the matrix of the live stream of the White House lawn. We see supposedly, sirens, not sirens, but lights of police activity at the Capitol in the middle of the night, or actually when they ended the session. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Yeah, if you look at the video from the concerned citizen that's been out, those videos speak 1,000 words. Have you seen the video of the troops getting the new riot shields and everything as they head to the Capitol and they head around D.C. to protect D.C. from us?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
Exactly.
you just have to laugh. Everybody knows those Trump people are just out of their mind crazy.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Everybody's
Exactly.
laughing and smiling and singing YMCA. Boy, watch out for those cats.
Yep. Yeah. Exactly.
There's a lot of hate on that side.
Yep. Yeah, there are. It's pretty pathetic.
God.
Snedheads, what questions do you have for us tonight? What do you want to talk about? Ruth says, "Can we pull up a Schumann report?" Sure. Let's go to the Twitter, the Schumann. Let's see what's going on. By the way, Chiefs linebackers coach Britt Reed is involved in a crash that injured 2 children. He was injured as well. He's a Kansas City, Missouri coach. He's the linebackers coach. And
Scavino just dropped too. I already did a quick little look at it
okay,
just a few minutes ago.
cool. Let me go to Schumann, and then we'll go to Scavino. Is that drop on Twitter?
Yes.
Okay. Schumann. Where's the Schumann resonance? Where's the Schumann? Okay, Schumann resonance. Schumann bot. Okay. Very active today. This looks like today, yeah. This one here, let me see. Yeah, 2.5 right here. 2.4 yesterday was pretty white. Kind of green. This is what it looks like. It's pretty flatlined today. Not much activity. How was your energy today, Todd, Cindy?
It was better. It wasn't super high, but
Yeah, mine too.
it was better than the previous 3 days.
Uh-huh.
I was a mess the last 3 days. God.
Yeah, me too.
A virtual vampire, up all night, sleep
Is that
all
right?
day. Yep.
Hey, so which post are we looking at? Scavino, he's got a couple. He had the one we did yesterday. Then there's one with President Trump holding his ear. This, by the way, this 3 hours ago, this is a very interesting piece of information. This is from Breaking 911. Democrat lawyer Mark Elias has filed a lawsuit citing voting machine irregularities in the New York District 22 House of Representatives race. He claims that the Democrat candidate Ted Brindisi won, but voting machines caused irregularities in the counting of votes. Okay? This is coming from a Democrat. Okay? And it's gone to the Supreme Court of the state of New York. Claudia Tenney and versus Oswego County Board of Elections. Okay? In addition to failures to follow New York's election laws, okay, there has been mounting evidence of significant irregularities in the tabulation of ballots. There is substantial evidence. There is substantial evidence which indicates that there is a likelihood of material discrepancy between each manual audit tally and such voting machines on system tally. The winner of the election, as reflected in the voting machines or system tally, could change if a voter verifiable secured audit of additional voting machines or system, all voting machines or systems applicable to such election were conducted. So basically, they're saying that this winner would not stay in office, right? Would not stay in office. So, if the Democrats are coming out with this, then they've got to pay attention to it, right? And that's what we're seeing more and more of, right? And Trump, lending his ear here. And that was, did you dig on that one yet, or do you want to go to the first one?
I think I did. I think I did, Dave. It's worth, I think anything Scavino puts out, we could quickly go down. I've got so many pulled up. I mean, I went nuts today on some of this stuff.
Oh, cool. Let me go to 548. I think that was the time. Yeah, the timestamp on that one.
Yes.
548, January 18th, 2018. This is Obama in the, it looks like he's in a box or in a glass box, but there's Soros, okay? There are people involved in this election fraud in this room here with President Biden speaking. I'm sorry, former President Obama speaking. Okay, so interesting that that this is the this is the guy who said, I'd love to have somebody in the White House that was my puppet, or I'd tell him what to do, and he'd do it, and he'd be the face of it. And then
right,
we're talking about the stolen election.
A puppet.
Yeah.
And that led straight to 32 with the blue.
Yeah. Perfect. 32 takes us to maybe one day, but it cannot go slow. The initial wave will be fast and meaningful. It will send a signal to others immediately, and you'll see the tide turn. Not even the MSM can hide, and rest assured, some will be jailed as deep cover agents. I've been saying that for a long time, even before 17 was, because these people are part of the cabal that is meant to control us. And also 32 takes us to this, Todd, which is February 11th, 2018. 32 takes us to Ivanov Vyacheslav. I believe this has to do with Ukraine. We need to identify a person on this list that was associated with a dossier and or uranium-1. And then 17 is pointing us to 32. Could this have been the target? He has been appointed Rosatom Special Representative for International Scientific and Technical Projects. Former Deputy Director General of Rosatom has been appointed Rosatom Special
Lately,
Representative.
We fall asleep with more weight on our minds.
What the hell is that?
Yet every morning, our eyelids open and our body
Why
performs
is that
countless miracles
coming on?
to keep
Hold
us
on.
going.
Sorry, guys. That was the ad from that other site we were on. Excuse me. He's been representative for international scientific and technical projects. His responsibilities will include Russia's representation at the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor, ITER, the creation of a Center for the Study of Ions and Antiprotons in Europe, and the organization of International Research Center for Russia's Multipurpose Sodium-Cooled Fast Neutron Research Reactor, or MBIR by its Russian acronym. He will also head the Rosatom Technology Development, which is being created at the Moscow Engineering Physics Institute. So, over the target, 17. Okay. So, could this have been the target? So this is 32 brings us to this, and there's a lot of dialogue. Did you notice the dialogue today about the nuclear war with China and or Russia?
Yeah, I heard some of that.
Yeah.
Well, how did you get there, Dave, from 32? I didn't follow you there. Did you go?
This popped up because of, could this have been the target, number 32?
Oh,
And it was a Russian plane crash list of
Up
people
on a
who
different-
died. I forgot to mention that this list here is a list of people who died in a Russian
Okay.
plane crash, but maybe this guy was the target because 17 has told us that 70% of plane crashes are hits, right? So did you go anywhere there, any
Yep.
deeper on these?
Gotcha. I see it now.
Okay.
Yeah. Then I flipped it and did 23, and that was
Okay.
significant. And I like the fact that 32 talked about what I think has to happen once this bubble pops. It's going to be a big thing that happens that
Yeah.
everybody's going to grab a hold of.
Well,
And once it starts, it's going to go fast, and everybody's going to know what's going on.
well, look at the speed of information now, right, Todd? Like what's happening right now. Like if something breaks, everybody knows about it. Like that, right?
Yeah,
And when something significant with evidence and proof, is with it, oh my God, it's going to spread like wildfire, and they won't be able to do damage control. That's why I'm thinking such a public court situation could also, give that impression as well, or that result as well, that the MSM can't hide it because it's evidence in court. They have before.
breaking news at the Super Bowl.
Yep, that's true. That's true.
It could be at halftime they're doing their satanic ritual at halftime,
Yeah.
and they have to cut away and say, "Oh my God, this is happening," and if they don't, then they're going to be exposed for not showing what was going on and what was real news, which is going to be the downfall of the MSM. And if they do, then it's going to just spread even faster. So some event could happen. I don't know how they're going to do it. I don't claim to, but I think the Super Bowl's, the next in line.
Well, Randy Thomas says the first arrest at the Super Bowl, an audience, guest, quite possibly. I mean, last night, Todd, we were, they were talking. I mean, the first thing I thought of when people were saying, "Oh, 6 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, Friday," I'm like, yeah, no, I'm sorry. You're not going to narrow it down to a specific time, especially, I think, with all the things that are pointing to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
and
The
so
only thing I thought we might get is we might get the tweet.
the tweet,
Um,
yeah,
yeah, because
yeah,
the tweet to most would be insignificant.
mm-hmm,
To most
yeah,
people that don't pay attention,
yeah,
and that would be the signal that we're taking back our country. And so
right,
we would have all gotten the message. But that I just a day and a time and a place and what's going to happen. I mean, to put it all on the line on that, I could never
right,
stand behind that.
yeah,
There was a lot of chatter going on this afternoon up into the 6 o'clock hour. So I
mm-hmm,
drew attention to everyone to pay attention to the 6 o'clock hour and see if anything happened.
right,
But as far as a specific event, nope, nope, not that we
um,
know about. We might find out later.
right, right. Um, so if we go to Scavino's second tweet,
Oh,
um,
did you go to 23? I don't. Did you read 23? I don't remember.
23. Oh, I didn't read it yet. Sorry. November 1st, 2017. Note: military intelligence has the same SAPs as NSA, CIA, etc. as designated post 9/11. Why is this relevant? Standard acting procedures. What is SAPs? We figured out, but it's basically we had this. I forget what it was, but it's the it'll come to us. There's
Yeah,
SNET heads will pull it up.
yeah.
Why is this relevant?
There's
Who
so
can be
many of
held
those.
hostage and controlled? CIA thinks its foreign offshore assets are strong enough to defend against the U.S. executive, not accounting for military use on domestic soil. Why does the Constitution explicitly grant this authority to the president, and what is it to prevent? They knew our agencies would grow in power so much that they can hold the executive hostage or engage with bad actors. Trump nominated someone new to direct every agency but one. He controls the top. By the way, CIA thinks its foreign offshore assets are strong enough to defend against the U.S. executive. Well, what did Trump do with the CIA foreign assets? He said
Cut them off.
the military's not going to support you anymore. So the foreign assets are no longer foreign assets.
Yeah, and
Right?
Michael Jaco gave a good account about how even our military gets drawn into this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Our good military gets put on bad missions.
Yeah. Yeah.
Such as guarding the poppy fields in Afghanistan and making sure people have access to it in and out.
Right.
They know they're helping drug traffickers, but that's their mission. What are they going to do?
Right. Right.
What are you going to
Exactly.
do? Say, no, I'm not going to do that because they're bad people. You just do in the military, you do as your commanding officer says for the most part. I mean, it
Yeah.
doesn't mean you have to murder
It's chain
children
of
or
command.
whatever like that, but
Chain of
you know what I
command.
mean? Yeah,
SAP is special access programs. Um, yes.
yeah.
Um,
And so, another
thank.
important part of that, I thought was on not accounting for military use on domestic soil. How many
Mm-hmm.
times have we seen military use on American soil?
Mm-hmm. You mean in history?
Yeah, I mean, in the last, let's say, century, you know, there haven't
Yeah.
been that
One.
many.
One, I think, since Posse Comitatus.
I mean, we have more troops in Washington, D.C. than we
Yeah.
had in Afghanistan.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
Think about that. We were at
Absolutely.
war and we had less troops there.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's incredible when you say it out
But
loud.
by the way, Stardust Stardust Die, said check out the date of the Super Bowl, right, which is 2/7 2721, and it's the Punisher. So, yeah, that's kind of cool. That's a 2721. We came here the other night, but I don't think we did it based on the date of the Super Bowl. I think something else brought us here, didn't it, Todd? What brought us to the Punisher?
Um,
Do you guys remember?
I don't know. We got there
Um,
somehow.
yeah, but I don't think it was doing it
It,
by the date of
I've
the
done so
Super
many
Bowl.
damn timestamps.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we've done so many timestamps and so many
Yeah.
and run down the same path so much.
Was it with you or was it with Barbara? Do you remember? It's
I I couldn't tell you. I mean,
I
I've
couldn't
I've
either.
ran across it on my own too, so I don't.
Yeah,
Like I said, I can't remember if it was with you on the show or it could have been Barb.
yeah. Kalia brings up a great point that the military in D.C. that's not U.S. soil.
Right. Good point.
It's a great point. It's U.S. corporate soil.
Yep. Good point.
Um, yeah, very good point.
But within the continental U.S. borders, as I was kind of saying, so
Yeah.
it's not like it's. We all know that that's foreign land. Yes.
Um, let's see. We've got. Hold on. Okay. So Christy's putting up in chat here on the Punisher, the 10th Mountain Division. Where have we seen that before? Nothing to see here. This was 21 hours ago. Red 4 is movement of military assets, 10th Mountain, 1st Marine, CPSD, Marine Quiver to central locations under guise of citizen riot control. And we see the 10th Mountain. We knew they were in D.C., but I'm wondering if there was a new movement. Christy, do you know what the new movement is?
That's
It's,
concerning the picture of the through the fence with the patch,
yeah,
where they show the patch on the
yeah,
officer.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw that.
Do we know when that was
Yeah, we
taken?
were. Yeah, that was just this week.
Okay, okay,
So that's even above what we took for Pence, talking to the 10th Mountain Division as they were deployed
yeah,
in D.C.
yeah.
So there's double confirmation.
Joe Slick Live says, let me ask you, Kim Clement said President Trump would have 2 terms. What if it was not consecutive? Does that take away from the prophecy? To me, it doesn't. But hey, I'm a knucklehead
Yeah.
anyway. He did say he'd have 2 terms. He also said he would be elected president, which people thought he was crazy. But yeah, I don't think it
And he
necessarily
also
has to
said,
be consecutive.
yeah, I just saw that today. I've seen it before where he predicted 2 presidents at the same time.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's right. That's right. He did. He did.
Yep.
He's
That's
also had some
amazing, isn't it?
predictions that didn't come true. It's easy to jump on the ones that did, but he did make some pretty bold ones, right? That you know. But Peter's saying this picture is old. That's why I'm saying about this movement, right? Like Red 4, we thought Red 4 was moved when Pence went to speak to them, right, in the
Yep.
Capitol.
Yep.
I think that's when Red 4 was proven. Now here's here's something. Excuse me, from Yellow Rose 55. Trump's cases are being heard on the 19th. 1/20/21 to 2/19/21, done in 30. Very interesting. Done in 30. Yeah, that could be good. That could be good.
Yeah, and the Super Bowl is meets the done in 30 is mention of Big Voice, or that
Mm-hmm.
the tweet that the FCC put out, I believe, about the emergency action message.
Mm-hmm.
That happened on January 7th. So February 7th puts it at the Super Bowl as done in 30.
Yep.
Now, I mean, you could pick just about anything. I could go back and say, well, President Trump tweeted this, on the 22nd probably, and work that out. But it's interesting to look at. There's, like I said, the most comms I've seen towards any one certain event is the Super Bowl so far.
Yeah, same. And it makes the most sense too, doesn't it? So this
Yeah, and that also,
yeah.
if all this stuff comes out and the shit starts hitting the fan even before the Senate convenes to try to railroad Trump again,
Mm-hmm.
maybe that doesn't even happen.
Right.
You know,
Hey,
start arresting people Monday, Tuesday.
this is really interesting here. This is look at this. This is Ocasio-Cortez, and on the left and on the right is Heba Abedin. What the hell is going on? And I can show you some more pictures of Heba Abedin that may not look as you know, maybe, but there's her. A lot of similarities
Is
there.
Heba Huma's sister?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, Heba is Huma's sister. Um,
Gotcha.
yeah. And
Dang it, I gotta see these.
this is who they are. This is them together. Heba and Huba. Huma. Huba Heba. Huba Hema Hema Huma.
Wow. Yeah, I'm just
Right?
catching up here.
This is look at this one. Look how the one on the right obviously is Heba. She looks exactly like her. Could this be? I mean, we know Ocasio-Cortez is she's a plant. She was an actor that was placed in there. We know that the goal is to
Wow.
get them in there. Um,
That's
to
amazing.
right, right.
I love stuff like that.
I know. And then yeah, Shannon Green also compare those to Lisa Page. Lisa Page is pretty close because we got Lisa Page confused with Huma. Little different though. This is Lisa, right? Um, but
Wow.
some similarities there, no question about it.
You think?
Yeah, it's crazy, dude. It's crazy. I mean, they look exactly alike right here. The way they hold their mouth, the way they hold their smile, the nose looks perfect. Just one looks a little more tan. The eyes look perfect. The eyebrows, the hairline, the hair, the chin, the squared off chin.
Wow.
The
Wow.
cheekbones, yeah. Yeah, there's something going on here, guys. There's
The
something. The
lost
dimple, yeah,
Aberdeen sister.
the dimples, genetic splicing, maybe both descendants from this the Abedin parents are Muslim Brotherhood, right? Yeah, narrow nose. That's some crazy stuff right there.
Wow.
And then there's me. I don't know. I don't think I look like them. I don't. Yeah, that's a reach.
David
That's a reach.
Aberdeen?
David Abingdon. I tried to
Hey,
get.
I sent you a picture. Deed Thompson Ward sent me a message, and it's got some more lookalikes that are pretty strong.
Okay, so this video was on Punisher. So let me show you guys this video, and then I want to go to what you just said. I'm sorry I missed that. So this was the video of the Punisher. All right, so that's a badass little video there. But also, by the way, we do not have the rights to that music. I don't know what kind of music that is. But yeah, Big Papa says I'm a clone. Watch out. I wish I had the clone on tonight, guys. I'd be kicking it. I'd be kicking it on the couch right now. I'm exhausted. But we do not have the rights to that music. We're using it in fair use. You guys, you can't send me stuff with music in it. That's gonna kill us. Christy, you know better. I know you're not feeling well. Let's see. What were you saying, bud?
Uh, I sent you something in Messenger from Deed,
Okay.
and it's like a picture of like what maybe 8 or 9 individuals that have similarities to them.
Oh, okay. AOC Hiba Huma Kamala. Jacinda. Megan. Amal. Amal, that's Clooney's girl? Is that right?
Oh, yeah. I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Jacinda kind of looks like him, but just with an extra bucket full of teeth. Um, but
Are
that's
you
interesting.
gonna show the rest of the class?
What, you guys can't see that?
Nope.
Sorry. It was my first time tonight. I'm doing okay. Um, Star World says, Dave, my friend is convinced you are Howard Stern, says you are putting on a wig. All right. Wow. I don't know if I should be offended by that or flattered by that, because he's a pretty funny dude. Pretty honest dude. I used to love how honest Howard was, right? So,
Oh yeah. I think in the beginning, I think he was great, but I think he caved or was taken by the cabal.
yeah, yeah, it's that's how it
He might have
works.
been cloned. Yeah, cloned or, like they do to the comedians and all them.
Yeah.
Put in
Um,
submission.
yeah, very well could have been. Um, let me go to one 107's Telegram. Somebody was saying that something about a message that Charlie got this morning that 107's talking about. Um,
I didn't see that one.
but I'm not seeing, is 107 7 on Telegram? He's got 42,000 subscribers. Um,
I'm not a Telegram guy. I've got a few that I follow, just people that have
yeah.
sent me, good information.
By the way, guys, if you want to follow us on Telegram, it's the Indoctrination, David Snedeker, and we only have 2,600 people on there right now, but I haven't really been posting there. But we're going to start getting some stuff on there. Let's see. He has Charlie's video in there. He starts out talking about it. Said deep state is down. Tells about how many arrested. You know. Yeah. Yeah. No, wait a minute. So, guys, Charlie was the one that told you 6 o'clock tonight, didn't he? Okay. So, and that was, inside intel. I don't know about the inside intel, guys. I don't trust it. Kathy says the only 107 account he has is his own social media. He doesn't have accounts. They're not him. Okay, good to know, Kathy. Telegram can't follow, just emails back and forth. What do you mean, V. Nissen? Wrong time this evening, yeah. Yeah, Charlie, he makes some bold statements, but he's wrong a lot. And again, I don't want to be too critical of people in the truth movement. Like we've made some predictions too, but we're not saying it's absolutely going to happen. My inside intel told me. We don't do that, and I don't think that is the way to do it, because I think it discredits the movement. I think if we say, hey, this is our best guess, we think based on what we're seeing about the intel, it looks like it could be the Super Bowl. So be ready, be prepared, right? That's where we come from. We're not like Todd. I talked to my friend yesterday, and he told me at halftime of the Super Bowl, right when they're about to play the music, the lights are going to come on and they're going to mark. You know what I mean? Like, it's like we don't have those kind of details, and definitely neither do these other people have these
I wish
kind of
we did.
details. I wish we did too, but I don't think we're meant to. Can't share to your Telegram. Okay, I have to figure out the things. If you guys know Telegram and you want to email me something about it, thank you, Alana.
Yeah, I think Alana just sent you something with a bunch of fire on it.
Yeah. I don't know if I should open it. I think it's going to blow up. Yeah, so this is, why don't you guys, I need you to send me, see, I've got a video, but I need you to send me, it's a 20-minute long video. Send me, if you really think we should watch it, send me the timestamp when I should pull it up. Because I'm not going to show a 20-minute video of Charlie Ward.
Well, we did that before. Remember, we did it. We did an 8-minute video and we lost 800 people.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. People aren't here to watch Charlie Ward. They're here to watch us. And and I believe exactly. AOC's birth name is Sandy. Okay.
Oh, the Grease connection.
Sandy. So Jack Me Off says, what video fake I referenced to, AOC University YouTube videos dated 2010, or the Mountain Patch video from before the inauguration. That was just being passed off as from this week. We had said that 4 had been carried out when Pence went to talk to the mountain at the Capitol, 10th Mountain. So that is old news to us. Zen, I agree with you that slipped on with the Gregory Hallett thing. Let's see.
Did you just say Jack Mehoff?
Yeah, that's his name. Yeah. Why? What's the problem?
I just saw a bunch of laughing faces go through.
I know.
He did it with
I
a
think
straight face. That was
I
great.
know he's I think he's been waiting for me to call him out for a while now, and I'm glad I'm glad I'm glad we did it on a Friday night.
So we
Just
probably
what's that? Uh-oh. I just lost Todd. Todd can't handle R-rated material, obviously. We just lost him. Todd and Cindy had to. It must have been Shelby must have been in the room or something. They had to cut me off. They had to cut me off. Let me see. Yeah, I'm not going to do 9 minutes of Charlie, guys. Just tell me what he's saying. The please, please let me add a please to that. The let's see.
did you get? Are we live now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so I had the best one-liner ever, and you missed it.
Oh no way, really?
We should get Miss Jack Mehoff's. I can't say it. I can't say it. We should get his opinion on this erection fraud. Here we go.
Well, oh man, I'm glad you let that one go because you had a firm grip on that for a minute there.
I was
You
gonna
weren't
die.
you weren't going to release that.
I said
That's
it
a
like
great.
3 times, and you were like, "Oh, we lost him," and I was like, "God damn!"
You were censored. You were censored for your because
I know. I got the
it's like,
submarine that went boom, boom, boom.
dude,
Gone.
you just experienced the Minority Report of censorship. That was a pre-crime. It was a pre-crime.
Oh shit!
All right. No more naughty
Hey, yo,
boys. Firm
we gotta
grip
clean
for
it up.
sure. All right.
Sophomore humor at its best.
Yep. Yep. Awesome. All right. There we go. All right. Good stuff. Charlie says in the first few minutes. Okay. Let me see. Okay. Sent a photo from Juan had on his Telegram. Julie, I'll check that out. Is that Julie? Did you send that in an email or? Yeah, I see it. Let me.
Hey,
pull
we
this
got
up.
some funny ass people in these comments. God.
Oh,
I'm trying-
you've got to be kidding me. Oh,
What?
yeah. Give me some of the good ones.
Hello.
Um,
Oh,
all
I
right.
can't. I'm crying. I can't read it anymore. I
Okay.
can't. I'm wiping my eyes right now.
So this is from Julie. I guess this was on 107's Telegram. Look at this. This is the press room in the White House with these lights up there. I've never seen it like this, but
Oh yeah.
where is this? Looking out the window. Where is this?
Yeah. It's definitely not the press room.
This is guys, this is unbelievable.
Is that the one that shows the exit sign and the other door? There's normally a door there where that window is with an exit sign. There's no giant
Is that
window.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, I saw the comparisons earlier.
Yeah, where is this is a good question. Um, that's unbelievable. This is slowly seeping out. Do you see this, guys? And how about circle back, girl? This
Oh, the
this
one that made fun of Space Force the other day?
yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Did we see that? I don't think we've shown that. Oh, what the hell's her name? How do you spell her name? Saki? Saki.
Well, you've seen that. Talking about pictures, you've seen that one where she looks like the girl that Joe Biden was sniffing.
Yeah. Can you find that?
Um, I don't think I have it. I saw it, but I don't think I kept it. If anybody could send that to me, the Joe sniffing
Yeah.
the girl's hair, she looks just like her.
Okay.
Hey
I'll have to
golfers,
circle
Erica
back,
Larkin
Dave.
here, author of A True Swing and big fan of this new training.
Off with new challenges facing the Biden team
you
tonight.
go.
Good evening, Kevin.
Evening, Shannon. As you know, it is tough enough to get an administration off to a fairly smooth start without battling Congress over money right out of the gate, but it gets a lot harder when unforced errors, slip-ups, and gaffes step all over your positive messaging. Thus is the day in the life of the Biden administration 2 weeks in. Washington, when politicos talk about inter-party defections, most think of the GOP and the usual suspects, all too eager, according to critics, to play spoiler at precisely the most inopportune time. But there are also a few Democrats on Capitol Hill who on rare occasion break party ranks and swim against the political tide. Ask about the Space Force.
He asked whether the president has made a decision on keeping the scope of Space Force.
Wow, Space Force. It's the plane of today. It is an interesting question.
Congressman Mike Rogers of Alabama, for one, didn't appreciate her tone and called on Psaki to apologize for appearing to blatantly diminish an entire branch of our military as the punchline of a joke, which I'm sure China would find funny. Speaking of China, listen to this exchange from the White House briefing about the timing of a possible phone call between Presidents Biden and Xi Jinping, which still hasn't happened.
Have they requested a call?
I don't have anything more for you. I think I don't appreciate the putting words in my mouth.
Little spirited conversation right there. Now, all this is happening, Shannon, on a day that saw the president roll out even more executive actions, this time on immigration. By the way, those orders signed are largely to direct reviews of existing policies and won't have an immediate impact. Last week, you may remember we told you about a federal judge temporarily blocking Biden's 100-day pause on deportation as that case works its way through the court. So this is a play we'll probably.
That's because they're actions, right? They're actions, not orders. So yeah, and then she refuses to apologize about that comment. So she's a player in this whole thing. She's a player. Yeah, she thinks she's being cute. Let me go to show chat. I think Christy's got something for us.
We had some people dropping the picture of the sniffer.
Oh, cool.
I sent it to you, Messenger. I think Kathy sent it to me.
Oh, yeah. 2010. Yeah. 2021. But has anybody done the to find out who it is? Because this is the daughter of a congressman. So we would know. It'd be pretty easy to find out. Yeah, red hair in 11 years. So you guys want to dig on that? Let's see. Okay, thank you, Barbara. Yeah, she. Her little sister, maybe? Well, let's find out. The Delaware congressman's daughter. Let's find out who the congressman is here, and then what her daughter's name is. That was that was a disgusting moment that girl had to shy away from, which was very troubling. I can't believe that that there are people that actually voted for this guy. That they actually voted for this guy. It's unbelievable. So looks like it. Why am I not seeing that? Sorry. Okay, Christy says it's been debunked. Okay, good. Yeah, so, but yeah, I can see where we went with that, guys, because we're like talking Huma and Heba and, AOC. That hasn't been verified, right? But we're showing, how they look alike and stuff. So that's all right. We're playing around, having some fun on a Friday night. So no sweat. So what was it that Charlie said? Let's see. Da da da. Let's see. Let's see here. Let's see what you guys got going on. Oh, she had no idea that Biden signed an executive order to resume catch and release. That was, when was that? Was that today? Wow.
What is being done? What could be done?
Yeah, she's a train wreck, but that's part of the show, right? I mean, she's no more of a train wreck than Biden, right? Yeah, Julie, thank you. Thanks for sending these pictures. There's some more pictures from the press room here. Let's take a look at these. Let's see. Kaylee. So when Kaylee was there, it looks like it could have been very similar, right? Yeah, it's the same. It's the same. I've just never seen that shot of it. So it's a very similar press room, unless I'm missing something, guys. Am I missing something here? Right, so these are lights to light the whole room, right? Here's the two windows. Here's the things on the side here. So it looks exactly the same. I think this is maybe Spicer. I can't see who this is, but looks very similar, right? The exit sign, yep. Yep, okay. All right. We just rarely get that view of it, I think, and this is it. It's pretty. It looks pretty much the same, yeah. What's outside the windows definitely different. Well, there's definitely something outside the windows, and that definitely looks like, that's not something that the White House, outside the windows of the White House, would show. I don't believe. But I don't know. That building could be the. Let me show you what I'm talking about. But that does look really close to the White House, right? Pull this up. Just see what's going on. Biden's pick for DOJ has ties to Hunter's defense team. DOJ is supposed to be investigating Hunter. Conflict of interest much? Of course, right? That's unbelievable. All right, so let me see. Yeah, there's not much out that window. Let me see. So this is the press room. there's out the window there. Okay, there's a full one. Yep. All right, well, look for more of that. That's kind of the stuff that we're dealing with White House layout. Let's see, where's the press room? This is the Oval Office here. The press room is here, right? So this is the Oval Office, and the press room, I think, is here. I can't get that close, but anyway, we'll it's just one of those things. We'll keep digging into that. So yeah, so a guy on Telegram has been in DC every night showing us that it's dark, meaning the White House. Let's see. Let me see what. Do I still have you with me, bud? Okay, so, all right. So, Alana, thank you for breaking that down for me. Charlie Ward said that the mainstream media was notified on January 31st that Biden was arrested along with 305 congressmen. The media know but refused to cover it. Okay, hold on a second. Hey there.
Hey, lost me again.
Yeah, sorry. So Charlie Ward said that the mainstream media, I heard this actually, was notified on January 31st that Biden was arrested along with 305 congressmen. The media know but refused to cover it. Yeah, so how are they arrested? Yeah, again, we don't know.
Well, it's like, here's the thing though, Dave, they almost have to know.
Yeah. Well, if they're covering Biden in the fake White House, and they're covering Psaki in a fake press room,
And the inauguration.
Well, here's the thing about the inauguration. Yeah, what was so odd is that the media was so far away from the scene. But they had to have some kind of inkling because there was nobody there the day of the inauguration, unless they went back for it, right? Yeah. So yeah. So I don't take what anybody says as gospel, or it's interesting to talk about, but the media is in on it because we believe that the white hats are in control of the media. They're basically telling what to do. Just remember, folks, the media are going to prison. The media, they're part of this entire cover-up of the trafficking of children, trafficking of humans, all the horrible things that are happening, the adreno. The media has been the wool over our eyes from seeing what's true about what's going on this planet. So they're going to prison. Yeah, I'm not taking it. I'm not saying Fallon, these jackasses, these late night jackasses that are trying to pretend how much they care about you. These guys like Corden and all these jackasses from other countries that come into our country, and they're going to tell me what we should do in our country. Fuck off. and this Trevor Noah and this Corden and what's his name, Oliver, who didn't grow up in this country, didn't grow up watching the shows we didn't grow up doing the things we did, Todd, didn't grow up riding our bikes in our neighborhood and rooting for teams and all that. So that's okay. You did it in your own country. And I'm not going to come to your country and start telling you how your country should behave and what you should be doing. Fuck off. I'm not doing that to you. And that's what you guys would do if I came into your hood and started talking shit. So get out of here. But you're not, because you're going to prison. Why? Because you've been a part of this massive cover-up of the most horrendous acts against humanity that this planet has ever seen. And we're not going to forget that. We will have more viewers a year from now than any of those people, unless you're paying to go see them in prison. The media isn't getting off scot-free. The media is not going to turn around and say, oh, we didn't know about that. Oh, wow. Oh my gosh. Why? If we had known, we would have said something. Oh my gosh. No. You don't get off that easy. No. You've been a part of it. You've been deceiving the population. You are the worst of the worst human beings. You're just as bad as the people that are doing these acts against humanity. You're just as bad, if not worse, because many of you are engaged in those acts as well as covering up for them. You're going to go to a very dark place because you have allowed the dark places to be covered up from humanity. So this media, all the media was told and they're not reporting, I don't buy it. You know why? Because the media is doing exactly as the white hats are telling them. Because they're saving their own lives. Because my guess is the deal, and this is a guess because I don't have any inside intel, but my guess is that the media was given a deal. Todd and I have been over this. The media was cut a deal. All these people were cut a deal. You either, will kill you because that's what you deserve. That's what you deserve. You deserve death because you've been covering up crimes against humanity that the perpetrators will get the death sentence. So you've been covering that up. So you're just as liable, just as guilty. And you want to live? You want to have 3 square meals a day, see the light of day once in a while, be able to talk to your children, your grandchildren, and your friends on the phone, or see them in person maybe once in a while? Here's what you got to do. You got to read this script that we, as the white hats, are giving you, instead of reading the script that Rothschild, Soros, the cabal have been giving you for your entire career. Your entire pathetic career, by the way. Pathetic career. Because when it comes out, what you knew and what you told the people of this planet, your pathetic career is going to go up in smoke. Nothing. Nobody will ever watch a rerun of your pathetic career again because of the intention that you displayed every single time you got in front of that camera and lied to the people that were watching you on the other side. So, they're gonna cancel Lou Dobbs, right? So I got, I'm not going down that road. These guys are doing what they're told. They're doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing right now.
100%.
Yep. This whole, they were told on January 31st. No. They don't have a choice as to what they're doing right now. What they're doing is they're perpetuating this nonsense of this nonsensical behavior. They're perpetuating over and over and over again until the people watching them are saying, wait a minute, they're lying to me. Yeah, they've been lying to you. A lot of us have known they've been lying to you for a very long time, and we've been trying to tell you they've been lying to you. I call it the indoctrination. Because you've been indoctrinated. It's not that you're ignorant. It's not that you're ignorant because you're ignoring my rant, okay? But you're not stupid. There are people out there that make more money than me, they've got a higher IQ than me, and they're completely indoctrinated because they believe that the media is being honest with them. That's where the stupidity lies. It's almost not stupidity, it's a trust. They get the ones that trust more. You trust the Cronkites. You trust the Rathers. You trust these guys because they had on a suit and a tie and they spoke to you like they gave a shit about you. Meanwhile, they were lying to you about this man and what happened to him, and you're still paying attention to these fucks? You got to have your head examined. They lied to us about him. They lied to us about MLK. They lied to us about RFK. They lied to us about John Lennon. They lied to us about everybody. These were MK Ultra hits. And these were CIA organized events. The FFs that are being used to take away our rights are organized events by the cabal to exactly elicit the kind of reaction that humanity has given them. Oh, we're fearful. Please keep us safe, Mr. Congressman, Mr. Sheriff, Mr. Police Officer. Please keep us safe. No, I can't have a gun. They're unsafe. You take care of that. Said every human that was slaughtered in the 20th century. In many different languages: Chinese, Russian, Cambodian, Armenian. Every single human that uttered those words was slaughtered in the 20th century. Or at least family members of theirs and people that they knew. Because they had to take the guns away from the population in order to murder them, starve them, like Stalin did, like Mao did. They starved them. Why? Because starving you was cheaper than putting a bullet in your head. They got people to kill each other to thin the population. This is the indoctrination that has been kept. The truth has been kept from us by these people, and they couldn't have done it without the people that I'm talking about. So that's a whole different level of understanding of this picture here. A whole different level of understanding. And I refuse to entertain a different level of understanding that doesn't quite see the whole picture. Don't buy it. Don't buy into it, folks. A lot of disinformation out there. A lot of disinformation. All right. I'm just getting warmed up.
That was a good rant.
Thank you, brother.
I like that one.
Thank you, bro.
That's the truth.
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
And there's, I was looking at the business aspect of this, the investment shows that are supposed to be out there helping the little guy, and they talk
Kramer.
about we all want you to invest long term, folks. Don't day
Yeah.
trade. Don't try to make money fast. You want to go slow and easy. You want to build your wealth. Don't take any risk. And then you see what they're doing to you as they screw you out of money for those 30 years, and you retire and you've got $200,000 less in your bank account when you retire because they pilfered it penny by penny.
Yeah.
And they talk down to the retail investor because you can't be as smart as us. You're a retail investor. We're the people that we know the inner workings of Wall Street, and we're long-term investors. We're smart. You don't know what you're doing. And so we have to make laws to protect you.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's what they're going to do. They're going to come out with new investment strategy or laws against the individual investor as opposed to the institutional investor. And they aren't going to be good. They're going to be shit. It's going to be like, oh, you're going to be, you can get 10 shares of this stock, but you can't get 100.
Right.
And you can only sell it. You can't buy. Just like this Robinhood nonsense. When this comes out, people should be grabbing, hold of their couch and screaming at their TVs.
Yep.
Because that was criminal what they did. When they stopped that trading, they saved themselves.
Yeah. They're just taking care of themselves. No question about it. And that's the name of the game. This is just one example, like you were saying the other night, is they're exposing Wall Street. They're exposing media. They're exposing the medical profession.
Education.
Somebody said, why did they kill Lenin? So here's my take on Lenin. Why did they do away with Lenin? Well, first of all, Mark David Chapman was a MK Ultra programmed, triggered. He was triggered by these things. He was absolutely MK Ultra, no question about it. That was straight from Walter Boart, who wrote the book Operation Mind Control. He was the first one to deprogram MK Ultra assassin. That's how he found out about it, through hypnosis. And he was the editor of the East Village Voice in New York City. And he said that to my face. He said, Mark David Chapman, because I asked him, I said, what about Mark David Chapman? He said, absolutely, he was in MK Ultra. And he said it right to me here in LA at my house, in my place, my apartment in Playa del Rey. And he pissed off Nixon quite a bit back in the day. Lenin did. So did Walter, by the way. And they made his life miserable. Poor guy. But Lenin pissed off some powerful people that were involved in Vietnam and promoting the Vietnam War through, again, Cronkite and these assholes that didn't tell you that the Gulf of Tonkin was a FF, okay, that was created. They never fired upon the USS Maddox in the Gulf of Tonkin. The crew from the USS Maddox told us that to the San Diego Tribune when they got off the boat. And then McNamara, on his deathbed, said that was a created event, that they never fired upon us. And that asshole was part of the best and the brightest that this man was going to put down, going to expose, but he ended up doing it for Nixon Johnson and Nixon and really pushing things forward into the Vietnam War. So the establishment had a real problem with John Lennon. That's why they had a problem with RFK. That's why they had a problem with JFK. They had a problem with MLK, because these guys, they were about peace. They were about doing the right thing. And you can't have somebody like that out there when the people who have had the cremation of care ceremony and sucked all compassion out of their souls they have to run the planet. The Brezhnevs, Mika's dad, Brzezinski, Kissinger. Okay, all these assholes controlled the planet and were moving us towards a one world order, and people like Lenin were in the way of that because it was about peace and love and let's not go to war. And they had to kill him. And so they triggered this Mark David Chapman with the, remember they used different trigger words. And I think Chapman, his thing was the Catcher in the Rye, maybe. That was also the guy that shot Reagan. I'm forgetting his name right now. So I think that's that's why they went out. Yeah, Saturnalian. They go after it. It's the satanic cult. No question about it. So that's my take on it. Right. Yeah. Friendly Magus. Zibijnew. I can never say his name. Brzezinski. Top 5 most wicked son of a bitches for a long time. Absolutely. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, Tammy, we've been talking about the Super Bowl. We think some stuff's going down on the Super Bowl. Yeah. If you listen to the lyrics of Revolution, Lennon is bitching about the cabal. Dusker Hugh, yeah.
Well,
Dusker Hugh, what's that?
Like, imagine there's no heaven, it's easy if you try. All the songs he started singing, you may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one.
Yep.
If you just think of what he was saying at that time, it could not go out. It's like Bob Marley's message.
Exactly. And Pat Evans says, listen to Don McLean's music. Pat, I love Don McLean. I met him, actually, Don McLean, at a concert, and his song "Starry Starry Night," which is Vincent, about Vincent van Gogh, is one of my favorite songs of all time. Just beautiful stuff. I also wrote a story about Imagine, John Lennon's Imagine, involving my daughter, and a musician wrote a song about my story, which is cool. Really talented young man. But it was like he had a competition, and I entered the competition, and I put in a story about. I'll share that with you guys sometime. I want to do more personal stuff, but I want to do it off the mainstream. Like, I want to do like a private room kind of stuff, because I'm putting out some personal stuff there, and I don't want just any asshole to see it. Just you assholes.
Yep. Just the 3,000 assholes we need.
Exactly. Speaking of which, we're like 2,400 beautiful humans on this Friday evening. Welcome everybody.
Don't they have any friends?
Go get some friends, guys. Get them in here. Share
we got
this
some
out.
more beer. We'll pitch in $5. We'll get another keg if you guys show up.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, why don't you guys pitch in $5 for a cup, for a red cup? All right. We'll get you a solo cup. Speaking of which, guys, I think we've raised Todd. I think we've raised a whopping $49 in 3 days. So that's awesome. That would be awesome if we lived in Nigeria in a tent. But your donations are appreciated. Actually, Thank you for your donation today. That's a misnomer. We actually, it was 149 over 3 days, and that was Beth. Thank you, Beth. So for your continued support. Frogman. Somebody wanted me to go check out Frogman. Let's see. What was that on? Telegram? What's Frogman's? What's his Telegram? Can you guys remind me? Yes. Let me see. Frogman. Thank you, Tamrock. Good to see you. What's happening? Yeah. So let me go there. You guys were wanting me to go there. Christy said we ought to clip that rant out. Maybe I'll do that this weekend. If I clip that rant out, will you guys share that out? And we'll I want to see. I want to get it to those sons of bitches because they're just pathetic. Just pathetic. Where the hell's my... There it is. I'm sorry. Okay. Let me find you guys. Here it is. Uni Sophie, thank you. Nope. Oh, so you guys, we were just at this. Was that an old thing? Okay, so this is a comparison, exit sign in this to Kaylee's. Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Well, okay, here's the problem. Okay. All right. Maybe. You see this window and this window, okay? There's two windows. And then on this doorway, there's this thing here. Please tell me I'm sharing the screen with you guys. Of course I'm sharing the screen with you guys. Of course, I would never not share the screen with you guys. You know that, right? I mean, you know that. You're just on a delay. All right, so I'm busted. All right, so there's a window here, and then a doorway here, okay? But then, sorry. And so then when you go in close, yeah, how do I do this? Okay, I've got to do it differently so you guys can see it better. Here, let me do this. All right, I think this is going to be a better view for you here, I think. All right, so if we go to, okay, so you see this is a window, this is a window, this is a door. There's something here on the wall, and then there's an exit sign, okay? This picture of her, there's a window here, but we're not seeing the doorway here. And so you guys are saying, well, where's the exit sign? Where's this thing? Well, it's supposed to be on this wall, and we're not seeing that picture. So this is an example to me of bad information. Okay? You got to say there's a window here, there's a window here, there's no exit sign here. Well, there's no exit sign because it's a damn window. The exit sign's going to be over here. So where's this picture? This is why this pisses me off, this kind of stuff. There's a window, you know, there's no exit sign here. Now maybe this is a little off center, like maybe this is, you know, the depth is off on this or whatever. I'm not saying that they're in the press room of the White House. I would say they're definitely not. But I'm saying is give me something that we can show this, that actually shows it. Okay, I don't know what this is. Okay, they're basically saying that departing, no call sign. This may be the plane Biden might be on due to the relatively short ride to Delaware. They're saying that they're not calling it Air Force One, right? Todd, I think that's the story. I think he's going home for the Super Bowl. I think it's the Super Bowl. So let's see. I don't know what that is. Puppy Bowl 17 to feature First Lady Jill Biden message. Oh, how do I tune in to that? Wow, that's powerful. Let me see. Let me go to, hold on. Let's see. Dave, I went to that location. There wasn't anything resembling that. Yeah, it's the view outside the window. I get it, but no, they're circling stuff where the exit sign should be, right? So that's off. So the view outside the window, I get. I mentioned that earlier, but it's you're throwing us off with that other stuff too, and I agree. Again, I'm not saying there's no way that Jen Psaki is in the White House in the press room. Okay, let me be very clear about that. There is no way that Jen Psaki is in the White House in the press room. So I'm not trying to argue for no, they're in the press room. No, I'm not doing that. I just want you to want to be clear on that. But let's find like real evidence to the case, right? And I'm not seeing real evidence even out that window. That's all. So let's get we can find better stuff out there. I promise you. Video titled "Booms en Route," Frogman. That's not what I linked you to. Okay, Tamrock, thank you. So let me find what you linked me to here. Good, because I didn't want to go down that road again. Let me see. Let me go to. Let me find it. And well, let me just go back to your link. To your link. That's going to be the best way to do it. Which is here. Okay, let me see. Oh, that's who it was with Right Side Broadcasting. Debbie, I did not watch Flynn's interview with Dave at Right Side Broadcasting. Did you like it? Tell me what you got out of it, please. Let me see. Joe's going back to his basement for the Super Bowl. Randy says, Dave, puppies are a tool of lure at children. The target. Wow, that's a good point. Let me see. Sucky. Let me see. Yeah. Here it is. Okay. Tamrock, I got you now. All right, let's do this. Now I got to pull this up. Now, here's the problem with videos in Telegram, though. I can't show them to you because when I click on them, they go big. Yeah. So we got to figure out a way to get the video out of Telegram. I think, let me see.
Read me.
Right.
Read me.
Star looking in the direction of the weapon. She seems amped up or nervous. And you can see we have Taylor Hansen on our left. Notice the division of the nation.
Oh, this is about the what do you call it? So listen, Tamrock, can you find out where that is on YouTube or somewhere else, and send me the link, please. This is a breakdown of the shooting at the Capitol, and I'm absolutely convinced that she didn't get killed at the Capitol, but I can't show it to you properly through Telegram. Maybe, let me see. I might have to, if I can download it, I got to figure that out though. I got to figure that out. So let me see. Yeah, okay, Marcia, I think you're right. If I download it, I might be able to show it. Let me. I'll try that. Got some gas tonight. How you holding up on that end, my brother and sister? Did I lose you again? Damn. I don't know if I lost him or if he just fell asleep. Of course, I'd be hearing him snoring if he fell asleep. All right, now the question is downloads. I gotta find out. I'm not a PC guy, and I've had to go to a PC for this particular thing. I've got to go back to Mac. I can't PC. I just cannot operate with. I can't do it. It's so clumsy, and it doesn't flow for me. So now, like, I don't know where I saved it to. You know what I mean? Like, where the hell are my downloads? Let me find it. Okay. Let's see. This folder is empty. Yeah. I'm gonna have to do it another night, guys. It's just not working. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
In February 12th. This would be.
Yeah, not working. All right. So, by the way, there's no way that wasn't a staged event at the Capitol. Let me just say that. I don't even need to see that. Definitely staged event. We covered that like really early on, and him trying to revive her. No, not enough blood on the thing, and he should have been on the gurney. That wasn't a professional EMT. That was an actor. Okay. Thank you, Barbara. And Barbara, would you say it's worth watching right now? And is it going to get a shutdown as well? That's another consideration. Okay. They're still going to get me, I think, Barbara, if I say I do not own the rights to the video or music. All right, I'll play it. So let me say this, guys. I do not own the rights to the video or the music that I'm about to play. This is under fair use rights, okay? And so I am going to share it for educational purposes only. And here we go. Let me get myself out of this. Let me do this. Take my camera out and transition here. And here we go.
There's some protests happening down outside the Capitol.
The simulated riots in D.C. was a powder keg long in the making.
Which one?
The evidence for pre-planning and setting up a situation for a disaster is overwhelming. Paid actors.
We can take that place. We got more people coming up. Let's get them down here on the front.
I want to confess that I was paid to pretend to protest today.
Hey, I'm gonna break this fucking phone if you don't stop. They hit me with bullets. In that offices, man.
Controllers.
There were guys, they were almost like monitors. They were like corralling them, and they were telling them what to do, and they did everything these guys said.
Guys, I saw that guy. Remember I told you that there were people communicating with weird language, and that was one of the guys. The guy with the bullhorn I told you about. I'll show him to you. I'll stop.
Hey, I'm gonna break this fucking phone if you don't stop.
Hey, we're frozen if everybody's the same as me.
I stopped it.
In that offices, man.
Controllers.
There were guys, they were almost like monitors. They were like corralling them.
That's the guy I saw right there. I probably have video of him. I'm going to have to go back and check it out.
What to do, and they did everything these guys said.
You can drop down into a room underneath More people. Take a step back. Get out.
And Hollywood tear gas and mace. All on display for hundreds of professional photographers conveniently on scene. In this episode, we're going to analyze the climax of the story and show you how a little stage direction and fake blood became an instrumental role in furthering the division of the nation.
And he was hiding there. She had no idea that he was even sitting there aiming a gun right at her face.
It's not a talk anymore! I didn't see it, but they shot a woman. They all acting. They acting.
This is Everything Wrong with the Capitol Shooting.
I'm convinced Virginia's America's did it from what I saw. You guys gonna come in the building?
Only on Woo's News. The Homeland Security Exercise and Evaluation Program provides a set of guiding principles for large emergency response drills. In these guidelines, we read about the various roles such as players, controllers, simulators, evaluators, actors, observers. The term participant encompasses many groups of people, not just those playing in the exercise. The head directors of large emergency drills are called exercise controllers. Their job is to keep things running according to the master plan. And here's a cover of the guidelines manual, which spells sheep. Hasip. Any professional emergency response drill or military drill makes use of fake blood in a variety of forms. Blood capsules, sponges, syringes, and squibs. A simple blood squib is a pouch that is designed to break on impact. There are all kinds of squibs using various pumps and tube assembly. Here's the HydroSim trauma bleeding simulation system. It's basically a small pack containing a fake blood supply and a pumping mechanism and some tubes. Some of them are battery operated. Now that we're equipped with the various roles, let's start the analysis. Aquí, outside the speaker's lobby. As a footnote, I am not affiliated with any gang. And I wasn't paid to make this video, so I'm looking at this completely unbiased. We've also added a time code to Jaden X's footage, which we'll call Angle 1. And let's review the scene with minimal volume. You'll notice how much chaos is happening on screen, yet our eyes are fixed to the woman because that's what we're here to see. No one seems to be concerned with being the next target. It's bang, action. It should be noted that everyone in the room knows what's going to happen. They all play towards the camera. Now, let's take a look at some of our characters. Adam Gray, our photographer. Taylor Hanson, Vetter, Rufio, Fredo, Yellow, Data, Jaden, Thomas Barani, Ninja/Evaluator, Secret Agent Man, or as I like to call him, Sam, Medic/Controller, Parrot Blocker, Shades, Red, SWAT 1, and SWAT 2, Frickin' Frack, and our star, Rabbit. We're gonna break this down together, and we're gonna analyze this with 6 different angles, and in chronological order. Let's do this. Now this is Medic coming into the room. Notice the enormous earpiece. What's that about? Now look what Red does. He kicks the door. Now we see Red either pick up something or drop something, and it looks like Medic does the same. And we know he's the Medic because of this patch or sticker. Here we can see Red has one glove on, and you can see Jaden in the distance. Now we're all kind of led into this room outside the speaker's lobby. We can see Medic has one glove on as well. There's Frick. Oh, hey there. And there's our star. They're just waiting around again. And you can see our star looking in the direction of the weapon. She seems amped up or nervous. And you can see we have Taylor Hanson on our left. Notice how Yellow hands Rufio the helmet. And notice while he does that, we can see Cop 2 and Fredo discussing. Almost like they're waiting for something.
Okay, we got police coming up.
Okay, we got police coming up. Now Frickin' Frack come down. Rufio takes off his hat, changing his appearance. He receives the signal, and they leave. And it all feels a little rehearsed. And you can see Adam Gray push his way through. Now this is orange in the front. You should also note that the glass is not glass, but plastic, or stage glass. And you'll notice that this barricade was set up before they entered the room. You can see Barani in red to the left of the screen. In about 30 seconds, they're going to make their way to the front. Notice how our star keeps looking over to the left, as if she's waiting for something. As the officers leave, they're pretending to talk to each other. And you can see how easy this plastic comes out. You see how easy that is? Frack taps the back of Vetter. Jaden is the first one to give the command that there is a weapon at 34 minutes and 49 seconds. And you can hear others chanting the same thing. Notice that the gunman briefly removes his hand from the weapon, like he's communicating, replying to his earpiece. Look how long it takes him to do it. Notice this person just walking in the background. If we draw a straight line from where the weapon is to where our star is, you will see that they don't match up. The weapon is far below her neck area. And boom, right there. Now that's 15 seconds since Jaden announced there was a weapon. That's important. Now let's back it up 15 seconds. We can see this guy point to Orange. Orange gives a hand movement. And look, the Hollywood glass just falls right out. SWAT 1 goes to Sam. Now why would Blue ever be in on this conversation? Blue makes his way past Yellow, where he grabs him, and you can see Barani making a hand movement. And he touches Red on the back, and Barani signals her to get into place. And she goes through, and she's ready to fall. And they all scatter. Notice this guy in the background. No one looks in the direction of the gunman. Yellow gets into place. Now that's Rufio. Right when she goes up, he turns his back. It doesn't make sense that Rufio's corralled all these people into breaking down the doors, only to step to the side and turn his back. In this angle, Rufio turns to take a peek. And he touches Red on the back. And Ninja automatically puts his hands up. Also, notice when she falls back, her backpack looks fairly plump. A perfect breakaway for a fall. And you'll see Yellow breaks her fall, boom, with his foot. And here you can see the plastic glass. Red gets out of the way. And interestingly enough, Ronnie moves down just to touch her. Just to touch her right backpack area. Just for a brief moment. While Sam comes down, he moves her, 9 inches to his left. He's about to reach under her right shoulder. At the same time he does it, SWAT 1 briefly squeezes her right hand, or he's putting something in there. When Sam picks her up, she puts her hands in front of her face. It almost appears that she opens her eyes right there, and she just puts her hands down. Boom, she's set down, and then her elbows go down as Data and Orange move into place. Now Sam's gonna make a big hand movement. His left hand is still under her right shoulder, trying to give her a back massage and shit. Who writes this? And look how she's laying. She's still got her right leg up. It's only been 11 seconds since the weapon went off. And here you can see her curl the side of her mouth up, while a drop of blood runs out from under her nose, which takes less than 16 frames. Here it is in real time. No blood. And there it is. And she has her hands like she's about to give a shadow puppet performance. It's just an interesting face to make. No suffering. It's like, boom, instant death. She's basically using that backpack as a pillow. All the while, look to Sam's right. There's Ninja. And Ninja's been there all along. And he comes down with him. And it almost looks like she has a smile on her face. It's almost like a Mona Lisa. And she's holding her right hand clenched like she has something in there. Now you have SWAT 1 coming in, playing a scene blocker. And notice how Rufio is just clamoring over SWAT 3, because there's quite a bit of photographers in that room. Now look, frickin' Frack. He grabs him in the back, and he puts his hands up. See how he just grabs him and he puts his hands up? They were friends earlier, remember? And look at Barani. Okay guys, I'm just gonna pull out my phone. And notice how he looks at his hand. He's gonna do that a couple times. And there's a reason for that. So now SWAT 1's making his hand movements, you know, the big pointing. And now he's gonna put up his weapon. And he does this little dance with his knees. Okay, thank you. Thumbs up. Like he's pretending to talk to someone. And he's like, thumbs up. And now Data moves in. He clumsily takes his book bag off. Now here it gets really strange. With the exception of her nose, at this time code we see there's no blood on her. 3517. We're gonna see her pop in right there. Nothing. 3521. But wait, boom. 3525. 4 frames. That's 4 seconds. And now it looks like she's devoured some small woodland creature. Now you love how blood defies gravity. But how is that possible? Let's back it up 4 seconds. Now watch. Notice how Sam moves his left hand from her right backpack area, and he goes to grab her hand, like she's doing a peace sign, with her hand, dips it in. Look at that movement. Now you can see him move his hand across her face. But look, she moves her wrist into his hand first. It kind of looks like she's smearing blood on her face, or putting something in her mouth, but you can see the movement. And he swats her hand down. Then he forcefully turns her head to the right. It's hard to see if those are her fingers or if she's holding on to something. Now Sam gets up and all he's doing is just pointing. Look, well, I guess my work here is done. They're both pointing at the same time because it makes for good pictures. You've got the drama, you've got the pointing, and now this blood is just gushing out her mouth. Don't make no sense. Do you hear that? Y'all murdered this person? It's only been 21 seconds since the weapon went off. Just grabbing him, like, what are we gonna do? And notice, he has a full beard. Do people in these positions normally have full beards? Maybe? Okay. He's also double masked. Ooh, such a secret. And they just keep pointing. Look. SWAT 1, SWAT 2. we can see that Yellow has changed his appearance as well. And so Data does these big gestures. She's still got her damn hands, like she's playing a scarecrow or something. Now this guy coming in, he's a parrot blocker, and he's saying, move, move. Data just looks up, he's like, medic, scalpel. All the while Ninja's still back there, just monitoring everything. Data is just still fumbling through his bag, not looking for anything in particular. Everybody's just kind of moving around her.
Got an active shooter!
We have an active shooter. How original.
Get her down!
Get her down. She is down, bro. God, it's so cringy.
Get the light! Flashlight!
So they're screaming for a flashlight. Out of all things, a flashlight. Because the flashlight will enhance the drama of the photos. And it draws the eye down towards the light.
Where is she hit?
Where's she hit? Yeah, it seems like no one really knows. And that's when she opens her mouth, like she's spitting it out. You can see she has blood on her fingers. But when do we see her ever touch that area? And Data taps her left hand and she puts it down. It like flicks something away. Fixes something out of her hair. It's unclear if Data is contributing to the blood effects or if he's just a scene blocker. You can see SWAT 1 knees her right arm closer to her. And then she tucks it under her right butt cheek. So this is the medic. He identifies himself as the medic. Notice that wonderful earpiece he has on. And let's see the various ways he tries to save her. Medic puts his water bottle down. SWAT 1 just grazes her. Everybody's just grazing her. Parrot blocker getting up in there. And so medic pulls down the flag that's tied around her neck. And notice he only had one glove coming into the room, which is very interesting. Look, when he does this move, she opens her mouth briefly. Or she says something. So he's only using one hand, and she just lets some of the blood out of her mouth. Thank God for capsules. And her eyes she's looking at things, where before she was just looking straight ahead. At the same time, you can see them just hanging out. And here comes the scene blocker cop. Now Ninja's either just making hand movements for the camera, or he's giving directions to SWAT 1. And SWAT 1 is just fumbling around with this little napkin, this little toilet in a baggie. Notice how Medic tucks this, what looks to be a cell phone, in between Data's knees. It appears Data takes the cell phone away with him. Did you see that? What is Parrot Blocker pulling from her hair? And here he puts it into his pocket. Parrot Blocker shouts to SWAT that he's a medic, yet does nothing. You can start to see this very small pool of blood, like the size of a cookie, right where Sam's hand was. That's when they all come out. We gotta get EMS here, guys. Now, notice Ninja just randomly puts his hands up. The cops have been next to him this whole time, and now he's putting his hands up. It's for the camera.
She's dead. Her eyes are lighted.
Did you hear Jaden? Because he keeps repeating it over and over. He's saying the light faded from her eyes. They're all gaslighting because they know the audio is going to be recorded. So they're all kind of pointing and overacting and fumbling in their little corners. 3621, Taylor Hanson smiles. Look at Shades. And Fredo has no one to talk to. He's got nothing to do right now. And SWAT 1 and SWAT 2 are still fumbling with this stupid fucking bag. What is that, little gauze? So he's just tugging it along on the flag. On the flag kerchief. Everybody's grabbing for her neck. What's that? That's Medic's hand. Do you hear the scrunch as he squeezes? And then Medic comes in. It almost looks like Medic hesitates. And then he comes in. Now we see this very small pool of blood. See how there's just a small passive blood stain? It leaves no trail or indication of a direction. There's no spine, satellite, or elongation tails. There's no cast off. There's no arterial spray or expirated spatter, which makes the use of a blood squib in her backpack and around her neck the most plausible explanation, which could be why during this whole ordeal they never untie the flag. She's gone, man. We're gonna see that cap. Black hat cap. He's still just looking for a pulse, but he just declared that she wasn't there. And now look, he clearly has blood on his fingers. And he turns his fingers around and looks at them. And he just wipes them on the flag. Look, he just wipes them on the flag. And he moves it out of the way. And that's when SWAT 1 comes in with his little towelette. Dab, dab, dab. Dab, 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 dab. Like this is fucking ASMR or some shit. At the same time, he snaps another photo. Ronnie's faking a call, looking at his hand. And there's Jaden. And Ninja just ninjas his way over to us. Scene blocker, cop blocks, parrot blocker. Hey, what's going on? Who's that? Oh, he's got a radio. Maybe he'll call for help. No one's doing anything. Medic stands up. See, he's the medic with that sticker. And there's Adam Gray, taking all the photos. And it appears the clock reads 2:47. Fredo still has nothing to do. Now look, it's frickin' Frat. They're still hanging out. Frick sees the camera and begins acting again. Yep, we're still rolling. What? Got blood on the floor. Yeah, not that much. Now that's Yellow saying that. Oh, Vetter, bless your heart. And now look at Rufio with his hand on top of his head like, oh, it's such a shame. Oh, Bronny puts his hand around Red. There's the famous photo. Has anyone seen an iPhone? Nobody's doing anything. Everybody's just hanging out. Angry lady number 1. She's just there to scream at them. Now notice they're still taking photos of her in the background, yet no one has done anything. She's dead, she's dead. Hanson in the background. He's got his footage. This is, oh no, we'll see him later. Barani motions to medic, and now Fredo motions for Bike Cop 1. Look, more pointing, more big hand movements. Do you see any blood on Sam right now? He put gloves on, and he's got little paper towels, or something. Maybe it's a script. They're still just getting all the pictures. Shades is making his big hand movement. Oh, he's grabbing Barani, but notice Barani puts his hand on his back, where he grabs him. And he lets go. Big hand movements. It's Jazz Fingers. And there goes Adam Gray. What's up, bro? Who later gets fake arrested. And then Red is pushed out with Data. See, they've already made one. And look how uniform they are. Looks like they made it just in time, even though they don't go out that way. And there she goes, with her book bag and flag still wrapped around her. Luckily, they don't have that far to go. Just right out that door. Is that normal? Is that normal protocol? You would think if it was as easy as for everybody else to get into the Capitol, it would be for paramedics. Now we see Sam on the other side of the door, and we see he's littered his latex gloves on the Capitol floor next to the blood. No one would ever do that, unless it was to add drama to the photos. So that's our pool of blood. That sad, pathetic pool of blood. This is classic. Oh, you just stepped in the crime scene. Guys, you can't make this stuff up. I think he does do it intentionally, because it creates a transfer pattern from the heel of his boot. It adds drama to the photo. He intentionally does that. Is that a cop? Come on, guys, is that a cop? Are these cops? And now they put the black ski cap over the blood. They've got the photos. And that's the guy who stepped in it, now changing his appearance. And those are the sad, pathetic droplets from one malfunctioned squib. Now, let's take a look at the aftermath. Oh no. And so they're all just echoing the same thing over and over again. They're getting everybody to spread the word.
They just killed the girl! He's trying to go right in the goddamn stomach.
I thought it was supposed to be her neck.
He's shooting kids. They shot a girl in there. They shot a girl.
This is like the cringe hour.
They shot a girl.
But listen to what this lady says. That's amazing. It completely validates everything we're doing here. And notice coming down the stairs like a damn 80s movie, Thomas Barani, with his hand up. He's about to stop on the stairs and just start screaming. And then no one's gonna pay attention. Wow. And now he caught somebody's attention.
Shot him with a gun through the neck. Fell back into my hand.
Bro, why are you lying? Oh, don't you mean your hand fell back into her book bag? Man, this guy's such a creep.
He's not talk anymore! This is too much.
God, this is so hard to look at. And here he is again.
They shot her in the neck, and she fell back on me and started saying she was fine at school.
What? Guys, you know none of that happened.
And then she started kind of like moving weird.
Okay, that's true.
It could have been me, but she went in first. This could be you or your kids.
Jesus. And here they're whisking her away on a stretcher. Notice these highlighter badges on all of them. Maybe you can tell me what these are. And maybe you can tell me what this black waistband is. Ooh, looks like they did a touch-up. He totally has his hand on her boob. And you can see she's clearly still alive. And notice all of these van shuttles in the background. Hey, look, it's SWAT 1. What was that about? Even Taylor Hanson got a spot on TV.
And the minute that she hopped up in that pain, she had no idea that he was even there.
No, she only had a 15-second warning. Bruh. From the first scream to her taking it to the neck. 15 seconds.
He shot her right in the neck.
Oh, now it's her neck. Hopefully Jaden will get it right.
Yeah, so basically all the protesters kind of stormed to get into the chamber.
And perhaps our last clip is most telling of all. And here's Jaden.
They killed the girl. They killed the girl. I dead ass have it on camera. They shot her. I seen this shit on camera. They had. I guess we're all done. Yeah, so fuck it. I guess we're all done. Yeah, so fuck it. I got it all.
So what do you think, guys? Can you see what I see? Is this shit legit? Maybe I'm missing something, maybe I'm overlooking it. Please, if you see anything I'm not seeing, write it below. Please use your word choices carefully when commenting. Hey, thanks for coming down the Babbitt hole with me. Are we being duped? If you learned something, feel free to subscribe. That's why I'm here. It's not just for fun. You know, it takes a lot of work to edit these videos, and I'm just one person. I don't have all the answers figured out, but I can tell you something ain't right. Please feel free to mirror, share, and please keep analyzing. Maybe we could start looking at this stuff a different way. Hey, thanks for breaking this down with me.
We just figured out Woo's news because we're fucking smart.
Wow. Wow. We looked at that a while ago, obviously when it happened, and what was it was obvious that it was staged. I am a what you might call a researcher of these types of events, and from so many, and that was no exception, and that it was staged. It was for look at. I've always said to you, the question you ask is cui bono, and cui bono, and that is who benefits. And if you look at the narrative that was created from that event, it took Trump off Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, all the platforms, basically, right? It took anybody that was conservative, 17, the whole bit, off of these platforms. Twitter expunged them, right? And so you look at who benefited from this event, and then you go to that's who created this event. Okay? And by the way, whether she died or not, I don't believe she did. She was tweeting, I guess, the next days. I don't believe she died, but if she had died, sometimes they do take lives in these types of events. I don't believe they did in this particular one. Okay? And so, and the other thing too that we picked up on, because there was a medic in this, okay, is that that they denied the evidence of the election fraud. Exactly, right? They got that going for them too, but the EMS would have been on the stretcher straddling her and doing the chest impressions if she was not breathing. Okay, and so. And they it was all staged. That's not how you would do it. You if you were SWAT, you would have cleared the area. You would have gotten EMS in there right away. The blood was fake. So were they good or bad guys? I think they were bad guys. I think they knew that what was happening. I think Trump knew what was going to happen, definitely. And that's why he made us wait for like 45 minutes before he spoke at the Ellipse, before we went there, right? So a lot of things there that, guys, that just don't make any sense. That was a great video. Thank you, Barbara. Thank you, Tamrock, for bringing that to my attention. Wow, that was just fantastic. Let me share that right now and see what happens. That's a dangerous one, no question about it, because it's truth, right? So that was powerful. Very powerful. I think we lost Todd and Cindy, and I need to call it a day, guys. I know we got a lot of stuff happening, and I appreciate you. Please, if you find that video, I just posted it on my Facebook. It's also on Barbara's Facebook. And so if you want to see it and share it, please check it out there. I'll try to cut my rant tonight and do that. Share that out. I'll let you guys know about that. Probably going to take the weekend off. We'll see what's going on. We'll see what happens. Keep an eye on the Super Bowl. Let me see. Let's see. Okay, Woo's News on YouTube, Shelton. Let me find that. YouTube Woo's News is, there we go. Okay, let me show you that so you can so we can support this guy. And if you want to reach out to him, we'll have him on the show. And here's Woo's News. It's he's got 3.42 thousand subscribers, so I'm going to subscribe. And that was a pretty fantastic piece of work. And Dog We Trust. Woo's News, guys. WOOZNEWS. Great work there, my man. That was pretty awesome. Yeah, so much of it was fake. I mean, all of it. I mean, there was no... Julie, so no Super Bowl party? Ah, okay. That could be interesting. That's interesting. The only problem is I won't have the Super Bowl. I won't watch it. And because I won't have, I don't have live TV, so I don't even know how I would watch it, even if we did, just to kind of keep an eye on things. But, excuse me, yeah, maybe I'll think about that, see what's going on. I don't even know, do we know what time it is on Sunday? The Sned Bowl. Laura, I see that. You can make the words jack me off on one side, picture the erection on the other side, then write firm grip. Yes, this is basically the insurrection is the thing that Shifty Schiff and what's his name? This is the erection that Shifty Schiff and Schumer said that it was instead of an insurrection, it was an erection. And you know why they called it that? Because they fucked you. That's why. All right. Yeah, if it's on YouTube, Chris, you're right. It's probably fine. Did you guys catch my yawn? Sorry. All right. Let's Sned Bowl. Yeah, what time is it on? 6 p.m. Eastern time. Thank you, Laura. So that's 3 p.m. my time in the afternoon. Yeah, let me... you think the Super Bowl would be on YouTube? I don't know. If you guys have a link you could send me, maybe I'll figure something out. It'd be cool to hang. But I'd probably do it a little differently. I don't know what I'd do. But at any rate, let's pray for our president, ourselves. Dear Lord, please watch over President Trump and his family, the Q team, and all those involved in bringing truth into the light. We thank you for all the truth that's emerging that cannot be hidden any longer. And we ask for real justice, earthly justice, as well as heavenly justice, hell justice, whatever justice you decide to mete out to these people who have done horrendous things against the most innocent of humanity. And we ask you to strengthen us through this process. Give us patience, give us peace, help us to find joy amidst all the madness that we're experiencing. And thank you for all of those who support this broadcast and support independent media. And because we're turning the tide, we're turning the tables on the people that have been lying to us for generations. And we thank you for Holy Spirit, the Lord Jesus Christ, who we ask for your blessing and your peace in our hearts and your guidance. Thy will be done. Amen. All right, folks. Thank you, Todd. Thank you, Cindy. Thank you all for hanging. It's been a week. It's been a week, hasn't it? Let's see what happens this weekend, shall we? And I'll stay close. I'll stay in touch. Thanks for all the great stuff you guys are sending. All the research you're doing. Pretty cool stuff, folks. We're a part of the solution. Stay in the solution. Stay in the solution. Stay in joy as best you can. Take breaks. Replenish. Connect with your loved ones. Connect with your children. Connect with your grandchildren. Connect with each other. Connect with yourself. We need to find moments of connection and replenishment through this difficult time that we find ourselves in human history. And by doing that, we strengthen ourselves and we strengthen each other. So I love you. Have a good night.